Has started.
Well, we can go ahead and start the recording. Today's presentation is dealing with the affliction that we find ourselves under and have been under for many years. And there has been rumors going around telling Israel that we are not being afflicted today, nor are we cursed. The rumor is that all one have to do is repent and they will be back under the law. And once they're back under the law, they will be recipients of blessings. Well, today we're going to make a distinction between blessings and cursings. And we are asking Israel today, why criest of thy affliction? Why do we hear so many complaints and so many controversies about our present situation? What state is Israel under today? The curses or the blessings? So that's what today's presentation will denote. Why criest of thy affliction? And we have Brother Yami in Israel that will read Psalms 44 and Psalms 113 for us all. You got the floor, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 44, please. That's Psalms 4:4. Can you hear me good, brother?
Yep.
He reads, "We have heard with our ears, our Elohim, O Elohim, our fathers have told us what work thou didst in their days, in the times of old, how thou didst drive out the heathen with thy hand, and plantedst them, how thou didst afflict the people, and cast them out. For they got not the land in their possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but thy right hand, and thine arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou hadst a favor unto them. Thou art my king, O Elohim. Command deliverances for Yaakov. Through thee will we push down our enemies. Through thy name will we tread them under the rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. But thou hast saved us from our enemies, and hast put them to shame that hated us. In Elohim we boast all the day long, and praise thy name forever. Selah. But thou hast cast off, and put us to shame, and goest not forth with our armies. Thou makest us to turn back from the enemy, and they which hate us spoil for themselves. Thou hast given us like sheep appointed for meat, and hast scattered us among the heathen. Thou sellest thy people for naught, and dost not increase thy wealth by their price. Thou makest us a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. Thou makest us a byword among the heathen, a shaking of the head among the people. My confusion is continually before me, and the shame of my face have covered me. For the voice of him that reproaches and blasphemeth, by reason of the enemy and avenger. all this has come upon us, yet have we not forgotten thee, neither have we dealt falsely in thy covenant. Our heart is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from thy way. Though thou hast sore broken us in the place of dragons, and covered us with the shadow of death. If we have forgotten the name of our Elohim, or stretched out our hands to a strange deity, shall not Elohim search this out? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. Yea, for thy sake are we killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Awake, why sleepest thou, O Yahweh? Arise, cast us not off forever. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and forgettest our affliction and our oppression? For our soul is bowed down to the dust, our belly cleaveth to the earth. Arise for our help, and redeem us for thy mercy's sake. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would like for us to turn to Psalms 113, please. That's Psalms 113. He reads, Hallelujah! Praise, O ye servants of Yahweh. Praise the name of Yahweh. Blessed be the name of Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun until the going down of the same, Yahweh's name is to be praised. Yahweh is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Excuse me. Who is like unto Yahweh our Elohim, who dwelleth on high, who humbleth himself to belong, who humbleth himself to behold the things that are in heaven and in the earth. He raises up the poor out of the dust, and lifted the needy out of the dunghill, that he may set him with princes, even with the princes of his people. He maketh the barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother, and to be a joyful mother of children. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And also like to greet the listening audience by saying Shalom. And at this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today, dealing with why criest thou of thy affliction, O Israel. Today's presentation will make a distinction between the holy and the profane. And we also will make a distinction between he that is blessed, between them that is cursed. And we're going to make this distinction to answer the question, why criest, O Israel, of thy iniquity? Why are we hearing so much crying and complaining if Israel is truly under the covenant of the law today? If Israel has been commanded to keep the covenant of the law in their enemy's land, why are you crying about your affliction? And today we're going to answer that very intelligent question: why criest thou, O Israel, about thy affliction? And we can find that, we're going to go there eventually, but we can find this great question being asked to our fathers in Jeremiah, the 30th chapter, the 15th verse. And we will go there later, but I want y'all to know that this is not a question that your brother just came up with, but these are the questions that was questioned against our fathers, because they were truly under the covenant of the law, and they broke the covenant of the law, and they were recipients of the righteous judgment of those great laws that they found within the covenant of the law. So as we open up this presentation, the question is, what state is Israel under today? And the question is also, let me get there where I can quote it. The question also is asked, why criest thou for thy affliction? And that's a very intelligent question, because if you truly have wisdom and understanding, you will have the answer to this question. I would like to enter or open up the presentation by reading Psalms 74. And Psalm 74 will answer many of our concerns today, and it will make a distinction between one that is blessed and one that is cursed. So let us all start the presentation by going to Psalm 74. And it tells us in Psalm 74, and it reads, O Elohim, why hast thou cast us off forever? Why does thy anger smoke against the sheep of thy pasture? And those are two questions that we need to know, for it will allow us to know if we are under the blessings or the curse. It will allow us to know if Yahweh ever commanded us to keep the covenant of the law in our enemy lands, or did he command our fathers to keep the covenant of the law in the land that they possess. Thus, it tells us again in the second verse, remember thy congregation, which thou hast purchased of old, the rod of thy inheritance, which thou hast redeemed, this Mount Zion, wherein thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy feet into the perpetual desolation, even all that the enemy have done wickedly in the sanctuary. Thy enemies roar in the midst of thy congregations. They sit up their ensigns for signs. A man was famous according as he had lifted up axes upon the thick trees. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. They have cast fire into thy sanctuary. They have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of thy name to the ground. They said in their heart, let us destroy them together. They have burnt up all the synagogues of Elohim in the land. We see not our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there among us any that know how long. O Elohim, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? Why withdrawest thy hand, even thy right hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. For Elohim is my king of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. Thy did divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the head of the dragon in the waters. Thou breakest the head of Leviathan in pieces, and givest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Thou did cleave the fountain in the flood, and driest up mighty rivers. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Remember this, that the enemy hath reproached, O Yahweh, and that the foolish people has blasphemed thy name. O deliver not the soul of thy turtle dove into the multitude of the wicked. Forget not the congregation of thy poor forever. Have respect into the covenant, for the dark places of the earth are full of the inhabitants of cruelty. Oh, let not the oppressed return ashamed. Let the poor and needy praise thy name. Arise, O Elohim, plead thy own cause. Remember how the foolish man reproached thee daily. Forget not the voice of thy enemies, the turmoil of those that rise up against thee. Increases continually. And these things are continually happening because of what Yahweh had to do against his rebellious and hard-headed and stiff-necked children. And what he had to do was lay upon them the righteous judgment, because he is righteous and because he is not a respect of person. He had to do what he said even into his own children. And he told his children, if you obey my laws, if you loved me with all your heart, mind, and soul, then you will be under this covenant, and you will be a recipient of all, not some, but all the blessings that Yahweh promised our fathers. And he also told us, our fathers, in this great agreement and covenant making, he told them if they did not hearken into all that he had said dealing with the covenant of the law and break his covenant, that all these curses would befall them. And all those curses befell our fathers because our fathers ate the sour grape, which denoted that they broke the covenant. So today, we, the children of those people, being known as the children of Israel, are recipients of the curse because of the acts of our fathers. We are waiting to be brought back under the bond of the covenant. And why would one be waiting to be brought back under the bond of the covenant if they are already under the covenant of the law? Why would one be waiting to be saved out of their troubles if they are not in trouble. And the Almighty allows us to know when his hand is against thee, you are in trouble. And one of the greatest plagues, or one of the greatest plagues of the curses is you being cast out of the land of promise and your Creator not being among thee. That's one of the greatest plagues that we find in the curses. And we that have eyes that can see realize that we are in the hands of our enemies, being servants and afflicted. And the only way that could be if the covenant of the law is broken. And the covenant of the law is broken, as I just explained, and the children of those people are recipients of the curse until they are saved out of it and brought back into the land of promise. Then again will Yahweh's sign be upon you that will denote that he has sanctified thee, and will denote that he is your Elohim and you is his children. And that sign that your brother is referring to is none other than the Shabbat. But until you are saved, the sign of the Shabbat will never be seen among thee. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the book of wisdom, to warn ourselves before we get into this great presentation, that every word of Elohim is pure, and he is truly a shield unto you that put your trust in him. And he allows us to know to never add into his words, lest he reprove thee by way of his words, and thy be found a liar. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 30th chapter, to allow us to warn Israel to lend an ear, that they may hear, that they may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Proverbs, the 30th chapter. For it tells us in warning in Proverbs, the 30th chapter, if we all turn here, please. And I would like to pick up at the 5th verse and read to the 12th verse. Proverbs 30 and 5, and we will read to the 12th verse. And it tells us in Proverbs 30 and 5 to the 12th verse, every word of Elohim is pure. And we need to know that every word of Elohim is pure to understand why so many Israelites are crying about their affliction, when the rumor is that we are under the covenant of the law. When the rumor is when we are recipients of blessings. When the rumor is that Yahweh is among us. Then the question is, why criest of thy affliction? Or you can ask yourself, why are you being afflicted? It tells us again in this 5th verse, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not thy, or add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee, and say, who is Yahweh? Or least I be poor and steal and take the name of my Elohim in vain. As your brother has stated, many times you have heard me say that Israel continually takes Yahweh's name in vain. And I have said over and over again by way of tithes and offerings. And you just read with your own eyes where it told us in the 9th verse, or least I be poor and steal and take the name of my Elohim in vain. So stealing is taking the Almighty name in vain. And we steal by using Yahweh's name. You tell your brothers and sisters that they must pay tithes and offerings based on the name of Yahweh, based on what is found in the scriptures. And you constantly say Yahweh said, when Yahweh said, I have not spoken, for it is truly taking my name in vain when you lie and when you steal. And most people, if not all people, that have collected tithes and offerings have lied and they have stolen. Thus, it tells us in the 10th verse, accuse not a servant to his master, lest he curse thee, and thou be found guilty. There is a generation, Israel, that curse their father and does not bless their mother. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. When they are cursed, they will say from their own eyes that they are blessed. When they are being servants and afflicted, they will say, being right and pure in their own eyes, that they are only serving Yahweh. But they find themselves in the enemy land, being servants of the enemy and being afflicted thereof or thereby. So it tells us again in closing of the 12th verse, there is a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet is not washed from their filthiness. And I am applying that generation to us this day when we ask the question, why criest of thy affliction? It tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 43rd chapter. Let us all turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 43rd chapter. For we need to know what is our current state of being while we find ourselves in America and abroad. Is we here being blessed, or are we here being cursed? Or are we here being under both, the blessings and the cursings at the exact same time? And we using this presentation to make a distinction of what Yahweh have said and what Yahweh have done. And this distinction will allow us to know that Israel can only be under one or the other. Never both, never at the same time. For Yahweh said he will never add sorrow to his blessings. So you are either blessed today or you are sorrow today. And if you open up your eyes to see, you will see that you are a recipient of sorrow. That denotes affliction. Thus, it tells us in Isaiah, the 43rd chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us in the 25th verse, Isaiah 43 and 25. And it reads, I, even I, am he that blotteth out thy thy transgressions for my own sake, and will not remember thy sin. Put me in remembrance. Let us plead together. Declare thy, that thy mayest be justified. And we're going to declare today to justify our point in this controversy. For it is truly a controversy if you got Israel saying Yahweh said this, and you got Israel saying Yahweh said that. So it is truly a controversy. And Yahweh always wanted his people to be on one path. So in refuting or reproving this controversy and this great concern, why criest thou of thy affliction, we will use the words of Yahweh to show that there is only one reason why you are afflicted. And that reason is because our fathers broke the covenant of the law. That's why you are afflicted. If our fathers would have not broken the covenant of the law and found themselves still in all of their dwellings in obedience, then you and I, being their children, would have never found themselves in this despicable situation that we find ourselves in today, which your brother loved to call hell. And hell is the opposite of life. Hell is the opposite of blessing. Hell is the opposite of good. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 27th verse, thy first fathers have sinned, and thy teachers have transgressed against me. Therefore, the reason why I have profaned the princes of the sanctuary, and have given Yaakov to the curse, and Israel to reproaches. So it allows us to know that Israel is truly cursed, especially when they have broken the covenant of the law and have not put Yahweh in remembrance and have not pleaded with him, nor declared that they may be justified. So their children today is declaring, and their children are declaring that Yahweh is justified, that Yahweh is right, that Yahweh has rendered the righteous judgments to our fathers. To anybody that break the covenant of the law, the things that we are crying about come by way of righteousness. Yahweh's judgment is right. He's not in error. Yeah, he see everything that's going on. Our fathers sojourned in Egypt for 430 years, and he didn't miss nothing. He said, I seen your affliction, and I heard your cry. So today you are crying, and today you are afflicted. And we need to know why. It's not because you're blessed. It's not because you're under the covenant of the law. It's not because you're under the Sabbath. It's not because Yahweh is among you. But the reason you are crying today and the reason you are being afflicted today is because the opposite. Yahweh is not among you. You are not under the covenant of the law. Your remembrance has ceased. You have been put in the enemy hand. The Almighty said, I have set thee on fire, and thou dost not know that thou art burnt. The Almighty said, why should I keep afflicting your children? So it allows us to know you either under one or the other. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 24th chapter. Jeremiah, the 24th chapter. We want to know what state are we under today. Are we under the blessings today? Are we under the curses today? And one might ask, why do we need to know that? Because the question is, why are you crying? Why are you complaining? Why are you in an uproar and sorrowful for the afflictions that you are enduring? Why are you walking around wondering and worrying about the pandemic that is upon this land? Not your land, but this land. And the mandate is under this man's law, not your law. We got laws that tells us how what to do if we are unclean. We got laws that tells us how to be healed from any sicknesses. But you can't apply those laws today, even though you say you under the covenant of the law. You being threatened by the law of man. You being threatened by the same man that is afflicting thee, the same man that you serve. And that servitude ain't nothing but slavery. It ain't nothing but work. And the Almighty made known his Sabbath to our fathers that they did not have to do that work like all the other nations did. All the other nations worked it every day. And when they put us on them fields, they had us working every day, all day. For a little of nothing. You worked for your survival as you work today. And the great example to prove that you're not under blessings today and that you are cursed and that you are not under the covenant of the law, we can use that word work. Today, they are lynch mobbing one of our brothers that is trying to stand firm on his integrity and refusing the shot. And I relate this to all of our jobs. We today that might not be as fortunate as Kyrie Irving is, making minimum wage or less than that, we are truly worried about our jobs. And your brother loved to tell you that job ain't nothing but a form of survival. It is a way of oppression to keep the slave in his position. Well, we got a high paid slave named Kyrie Irving. When and dealing with the mandate, if he miss a day, he losing over $300,000. See, we miss a day, we might lose 30. We might lose 45 or $60 that day because we don't make nothing. But our brother that is one of the high-paid entertainers, because that's all it is, all we doing is entertaining. Most of our successful jobs are jobs of entertainment: football, basketball, dancing, singing, commentating, whatever it is. Most times it's a form of entertainment. But the white man lets you know that you still a slave, you still a servant, and you still will be afflicted if you don't follow our rules. And that affliction will fall on you to your death. Because if you refuse, you lose all your money. You lose your career. Next thing you know, you in debt for all the stuff you had was pursuant when you was rich. Now you became poor. And they're going to look at you just like that, another slave that lost his privileges because he didn't want to obey our law. So it's a great proof, just using one of our young brothers, that we are not under the covenant of the law today, nor are we in our land, and we will be punished by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man when we disobey their laws. Well, that's not what it said for Israel when they disobeyed Yahweh's laws. The only reason you are being afflicted by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man, because the covenant of the law is broken and the Almighty has laid his judgments of the curse upon our fathers, and we happen to be the recipient of their children, and the curse is not lifted. Thus, we are crying out this day. And many of us truly are crying out with the question why, because many of us don't even know why. Many of us don't even know what we're doing here. Many of us don't even know that you are not the one that broke the covenant. When was you under the covenant? From the first day that you came to America or the shores thereof, when was you under the covenant of the law? So there's a lot of things that must be taught to truly understand why Christ died of thy affliction. Some people don't even believe that they are afflicted. Your Creator said that. I set them on fire. Putting them on fire represent affliction, trials, and tribulations. And we got people saying that I am blessed when your Creator said I got you on fire. So it's truly a controversy, especially when Israel children find themselves wandering to and fro throughout the earth, trying to find the true words of Yahweh. Because today is a proof that the true words of Yahweh is not being declared in the earth. If so, we wouldn't be having this presentation about why are we crying, or why should we cry. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, it tells us in the 9th verse, and it reads, I'll pick up at the 8th verse. And as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, and this is a metaphor toward the people. And they are metaphorically produced or presented as figs. We had evil figs that would not hearken to Yah nor the enemy. And we had good figs that would hearken to Yah and bow his neck down and accept the yoke of the enemy. Thus it reads, and as the good figs which cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Surely thus said Yahweh, so will I give Zedekiah, the king of Yehudah, and his princesses, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt, because people had ran from the judgment of Yahweh. Yahweh said, well, I'm punishing you. Y'all broke the covenant. I'm putting you in the hands of the king of Babylon, and you shall serve him. You shall serve him for 70 years. And people said, damn that. I'm not going to serve y'all. I'm not going to serve that man. I'm holy than that. I'm of the house of Yehudah. I'm not serving him. I'm a prince. I'm a king. I'm not serving him. And the Almighty used King Zedekiah as the testimony. And we that know the story know that they took Zedekiah's eyes out, and many of them was burnt on the stake. So it allowed us to know that Yahweh say what he mean, and he mean what he says. And you being right in your own eyes will not deliver you from what he has said. Thus it tells us, even if you try to run from it, it tells us in the 9th verse, and I will deliver them, even those that refuse to hearken to Yahweh's words and ran into another country to try to disannul the curses of Yahweh. It says in the 9th verse, and I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. So it don't make no difference where you run to. One place you definitely ain't getting into, and that is the land that's kicking you out. So it don't make no difference where you run to. The fact still remains. You ain't in the land of promise. So what you in Ghana? So what you in South Africa? So what you in Cuba? You ain't in the land of promise. Thus it reads again in the 9th verse, and I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt. How can you say you are blessed when the Almighty said the place where I sent them, where they said they are blessed, I got them in pain, I got them hurt, and I got the people that supplying the pain and the hurt hating them. And they will still say in their delusional mindset that I am blessed. I'm free. I'm under the covenant of the law. It tells us, Israel. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, to be a reproach. The same man that's saying he is blessed and under the covenant of the law and keeping the Sabbath, the Almighty said, in the eyes of his brother and in the eyes of the enemy, he shall be a reproach. The same man and woman that's saying that we are under the covenant of the law and Yahweh told us to do this, that, and another. The Almighty said that the enemy in your brother will look at you as a proverb. The same man and woman that say that they are free, that they are not being afflicted, that they are blessed, and Yahweh have been blessing them from the day that he knew them. The Almighty said they are a liar and that the enemy will look upon them as a taunt and a curse in all places, whether I shall drive them. So wherever you at, you are not seen as a people under the covenant of the law, nor are you seen as a people that is blessed according to the words of your Creator. Wherever you find yourself at, after you have got kicked out of your own dwellings. The 10th verse reads, and I will send a sword, the famine, and the pestilence among you. How can you be blessed? Till they be consumed from off the land, your land. So if you are off the land today, it's because you are cursed. The same land that I gave into them and to their fathers. And that land is none other than all of the children of Israel's dwellings. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 29th chapter, the 29th chapter of Jeremiah, we want to know why Criest died of thy affliction. We want to know why are we afflicted. We want to know if we blessed today. We want to know could we be blessed and cursed today. It tells us in the 29th chapter of Jeremiah, and this is a very intelligent question, and many of our brothers and sisters had concerns. That's why I am having this presentation, to clear up the concerns, to squash the controversy, and to teach what Yahweh has said. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah 29, if we take a look at the 17th and 18th verse, it tells us and allows us to know our state, and that state is not a blessed state, but a cursed state. Thus the 17th verse reads, "Thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, I will send upon them the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and will make them like vile figs." Well, we just read about those vile figs, or another way of saying a vile fig is an evil fig. We just read about those figs in the 24th verse, in the 24th chapter, the 8th to the 10th verse. And the Almighty let us know what will happen to the bad figs or the vile figs. They will be cursed because they're going to go, if they go in that land of servitude, and tell the world that they bless. They curse because they're going to go in their enemy land, being servants and afflicted, talking about they equal, talking about they holy, talking about they set apart, talking about they are sanctified. What the Almighty tells us in the 17th verse of the 29th chapter, "Thus said Yahweh of hosts, behold, I will send upon them the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and will make them like vile figs that cannot be eaten. They are so evil." And what is making them so evil? They won't even accept their punishment. The enemy can tell them that they are blessed or they are cursed, and they will tell the enemy in their face that they are blessed. Their brother and sister can tell them that they are cursed, and they will tell them that they are pure in their own eyes. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, "And I will prosecute them with the sword." If you paying attention and reading along with your brother, what you should understand and see is that Yahweh, when he cursed his people, it is a four-plague curse that he put upon his people to destroy them. And we just read about 3 of them when we read the sword, the famine, and the pestilence. And one that is not mentioned here is the Newsome beast. But we will find through this presentation that there's 4 sore judgments that Yahweh lay upon his people. And when he laid these sore 4 judgments upon Israel, it only denotes that they are being cursed. It does not denote that they are cursed and blessed, nor does it denote that they are sanctified and set apart. But what it denotes is the righteous ruling, the righteous judgment of Yahweh being displayed upon his children, because he is righteous and he is not a respect of person, not even a respect of person toward his own children, because he is righteous. So it allowed us to know in that 18th verse, reading it in its entirety, "I will prosecute them with the sword, with the famine, and with the pestilence, and I will deliver them to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth." Note the punishment. So when you find yourself on any kingdom, in any kingdom on the earth, and not your own, and not being able to return to your own, it is a curse. That's why they got you. The scripture says, they that bless Israel shall be blessed. They that curse Israel shall be cursed. Well, we waiting on the enemy to be cursed. We waiting on the enemy to be judged. Why? Because he hath cursed thee. Because today you find yourself in a curse in the hands of your enemies, being servants and afflicted. And the Almighty promised that he will save Abraham's children out of their affliction, out of their servitude, and he will judge those that afflicted us. Well, we being afflicted. And we crying out today about our afflictions, hoping that Yahweh hear our cry and see our afflictions and come and reward the heathen, come and reward our enemy with captivity, with affliction, with servitude. So again, it tells us to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a curse and an astonishment. You cannot be blessed and be a curse at the same time. You cannot be blessed and be labeled an astonishment at the same time. You cannot be blessed, Israel, and as it says, in a hissing, in a reproach among not some of the nations, but all the nations, whether I have driven you. So wherever you find yourself, the Almighty already got the spirit on these people to do his job. The Almighty already done harden all these nations' hearts to where they won't show you no love. They can't bless you. They can't deliver you from the trials and tribulations and the afflictions that you endure. Thus it says, and a hissing, and a reproach among all the nations, whether I have driven them. And why? Many of us need to know why, Yahweh. Why did you respond to our fathers in such matter? And it tells us in the 19th verse, and this will be the last verse I will read, 19th verse of the 29th chapter of Jeremiah, it reads, because they have not hearkened to my words, said Yahweh. So it let us know that our fathers became recipients of the curse because they did not hearken to all of his word. Well, today we have many brothers and sisters going to and fro throughout the earth looking for the true words of Yahweh. And when they find them, they will not hearken today. That's why they don't know why they are crying. That's why they don't know why they ain't left yet. That's why they don't know how long. Because the scripture says, they have not hearkened to my words, said Yahweh, which I sent into them by my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them. But ye would not hear, said Yahweh. And when the question was asked, brother, can you teach on this subject? The first thing that came to my mind is yes. And why did your brother say yes? Because the answer is in the pages of this book. The Almighty sent the prophets rising up early, sending them with the word. So we want to know why criest of thy affliction. All we got to do is read the words of the prophets that Yahweh rose up early sending. That because he said, that's why I brought this punishment on them, because they did not hearken to their words. So all we got to do, and that's all your brother is doing, is showing you the words of the prophets. And in showing you the words of the prophets will explain why Christ died of thy affliction. That answer, that question can be answered. And it should be. And it will be this day. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 26th chapter of Jeremiah, the 26th chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us in Jeremiah 26, if we pick up at the 16th verse, and it reads, and please take note of what's being said, because there's nothing new under the sun. It has been many situations similar to the situation that we find ourselves in today. And what's so great about the manifestation of this book, it allows us to know who was involved, what they said, and the response of their Creator. Thus, it tells us in the 26th division of Jeremiah, if we all turn it, please, and pick up at the 16th verse. And please take heed of these words, for it allows us to know there's nothing new under the sun. It tells us in the 16th verse of the 26th chapter of Jeremiah, and it reads, Then said the princes and all the people, and to the priests, and to the prophets, this man is worthy to die. And note who said that this man is worthy to die. The so-called heads, the princes of the people. And why should this man die? Because this man has the Spirit upon him, and that Spirit sent him early to tell you, thus said Yahweh. And when that Spirit was in this man to tell the rest of the people, thus said Yahweh, his spirit was going against the rest of the people's spirit, because the rest of the people felt that this man was in error. What he mean the law is no more? What he mean that we ain't under the Sabbath, even though we find ourselves working sun up to sundown every day? What he mean we ain't sanctified, and we must be in the land to do all that Yahweh said? What do you mean that you can't be under the covenant of the law without judgment? And that's what the prince is saying. That's why it is said by the prince, this man is not worthy to die. Well, excuse me. The princes, let me rephrase that, sorry about that, jumping the gun. The princes is the one telling the rest of the people that Jeremiah, that man, is none other than Jeremiah, that he should not die. And then it says in the 17th verse, then rose up certain of the elders of the land, and speak to all the assembly of the people, saying, and note what they are saying. And we're going to show forth this testimony. It says, Micah, the Morashite, prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, and speak to all the people of Yehuda, saying, thus said Yahweh of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall become a heap, and the mountain of the house as the high places of a forest. So how can we be under the law and how can we be worshiping and serving Yahweh when the Almighty sending us to another land and he destroying all the things that we use in worship? We got people saying we worshiping Yahweh, keeping the Sabbaths, keeping the feast days. Well, that ain't true, not based on the testimonies. The testimonies show that all the things that we use to worship Yahweh was taken also with us. So how are we worshiping Yahweh when the things that we worship Yahweh with is in captivity also? Come on, Israel. And the temple, when the temple was rebuilt the second time, all those things that was taken, that was used for worship, was given back to the children of Israel, that they may go back in their dwellings and back to the city where Yahweh placed his name to build a temple and put all of those instruments back into the temple. So with the temple being hijacked, it denotes that the worship was hijacked. With the Israelite, the children being hijacked, it denotes that the worship was hijacked. Did we not read and understand in the beginning, Yahweh sent Moses to Pharaoh, and he sent Moses to tell Pharaoh to let my servant go. For what? That he may serve me. So if the servant got to be let go to serve him, and the servant find himself not let go today, it is only a proof that the servant is not serving Yahweh, but he is serving the enemy as Yahweh commanded him to, as we're going to find in Jeremiah dealing with the Babylonian captivity. It continued to tell us in Jeremiah the 26th verse, in the 19th verse again, did Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, and all Yehuda put him at all to death? No, because Hezekiah was righteous, because Hezekiah walked with Elohim, because Hezekiah was one that had wisdom and understanding, because Hezekiah feared Yahweh and departed from evil. So when we read the 19th verse, the question is no. Did Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, all Yehuda put him at all to death? The answer is no. Did he not fear Yahweh? Absolutely. And besought Yahweh? Absolutely. And Yahweh repented him of the evil which he had pronounced against him? Absolutely. Thus might we procure great evil against our souls. Because it would be a great evil to kill me, because I am showing you that Yahweh told Israel exactly where to keep all that he have commanded them. It's an evil to kill me because I can show you that you are cursed today when you think you are blessed. It is an evil to kill me because I say that we are not under the covenant of the law today. We are waiting to be brought back under the bond of the covenant, as the prophet Ezekiel says. It will be a great evil to not confirm every one of these words. Thus it reads, thus might we procure great evil against our souls, the 20th verse. And there was also a man that prophesied in the name of Yahweh, Uriah, the son of Shemaiah of Kerjerum, who prophesied against this city and against this land, according to all the words of Jeremiah. And when you hear all the words of Jeremiah, the people always respond, how could the law not be anymore? Because Jeremiah's words was words of doom. He only have a few scriptures of hope and restoration. The majority of Jeremiah's prophecy is prophecies of doom. He had that great job to go before, and dreadful job, to go before his brothers and sisters and declare their doom. So you ain't going to like no brother like that, because he's telling you what's going to happen to you, and you refuse to believe it. So you rather kill that man than accept this truth. Thus it reads in the 21st verse. And when Jehoiakim, the king, with all his mighty men and all the princes, heard his words, the king sought to put him to death. And that will be denoted as a great evil against your souls. To even think about it. Because the scripture tells us by way of wisdom, even the thought of foolishness is sin. So even if y'all were just conjuring it up and say, well, we need to take Samuel on out of here. Well, the Almighty said that would be a great evil against your soul. Because you're trying to kill the fruit that came from the tree. The tree is Yahweh. The tree is Yahweh words. And the man just bringing you the fruit of the words, and you don't like the words. You don't like the fruit thereof. So instead of repenting, you will say, kill him. There's nothing new under the sun. They saying it today. Thus it reads. Again, in the 21st verse, and with Jehoiakim the king, with all his mighty men and all the princes heard his words, the king sought to put him to death. But when Uriah heard it, he wasn't a coward. He was just prudent, and he knew that he better get away from his wicked brothers and sisters before they kill him. Thus it reads. It says, but when Uriah heard it, he was afraid and fled and went into Egypt. And Jehoiakim, the king, sent men. Look how evil they are. The Almighty said he called them evil figs, that they can't even be eaten. They can't even be touched. They so evil. It says, and Jehoiakim, the king, sent men into Egypt, namely Elnathan, the son of Akbar, and certain men with him into Egypt. And they fetched forth Uriah, because he had to tell you what Yahweh said, and it was truth. Still, the 23rd verse reads, they fetched forth Uriah out of Egypt and brought him into Jehoiakim the king, who slew him with the sword and cast his dead body into the grave of the common people. They treated that brother that feared Yahweh and departed from evil, and that was willing to get up early when Yahweh sent them for your sake, and you killed him for your sake. He only told you what Yahweh said for your sake, and you killed him. You say that man got to be crazy. He's saying we ain't under the Sabbath. He's saying we ain't under the law. He's saying the sign ain't among us. He's saying Yahweh ain't among us. Kill that man. And the Almighty said all they did was a great evil against their own souls. Thus it reads, again, that last sentence, and cast his dead body. That man supposed to be buried next to a righteous king or something. And they so evil, they threw him in a regular grave of a common man. This wasn't no common man. This was the prophet of Yahweh being sent to tell you these words, and you killed him and disrespect even his death by placing him in the graves of the common people. Again, Israel, nothing is common dealing with Yahweh's faithful prophets. Nothing. And that's why he punished our fathers so, because of what they did to the prophets that they threw in the graves of the common people. Captivity. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Micah, let's show forth this testimony. It says Micah's name. Did Micah know these things? Did Micah say these things? Was these things formerly prophesied? Absolutely. Let us turn our scriptures to Micah, the 3rd chapter. So we need to know what state we in. And so far the state is denoting that we are servants to someone else. So far the state denotes that we have disobeyed all that Yahweh has said. And I say we, I'm talking about our fathers. I must keep saying that because many of us don't know how to read our holy scriptures according to time and place. So your brother must keep emphasizing that these words were speaking against our fathers. We don't have to guess who was in error. We don't have to guess who was the wicked man. It tells us. And it told us what happened to the wicked man. The wicked man was cast out of the land of life. The wicked man had provoked or revoked his paths of life and good and have received the paths of death and evil. Well, and Micah, the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 1st verse, it tells us, and I said, hear, I pray you, O heads of Jacob. So he had to go tell everybody. And that's a hard job. That's why it says the righteous is bold as a lion. You got to be to tell your brother and sister that he or to declare your brother and sister transgressions and iniquities. You must be bold as a lion. Your head must be made harder than his. Thus it reads, and I say here, I pray you, O heads of Jacob, and ye princes of the house of Israel, is it not for you to know judgment? Well, today we don't know judgment to the extent our brothers and sisters teach that we ain't under the judgments today, but we under the law. And how ironic and ridiculous is that you are under a law without judgment? What allows us to know if we are keeping the law or not? What allows us to know if we did something against the law or not? And that is justice. That is judgment and equity. And judgment, equity, and justice is never applied today with our brothers teaching that they are under the covenant of the law. That's why you are crying of your afflictions. It tells us, the 2nd verse, who hate the good, they hate it. They hate it so much they will chase you all the way to Egypt, bring you back, and kill you because of the good that you have said out of your mouth. Who hate the good and love the evil, who pluck off their skin from off them and their flesh from off off their bones, who also eat the flesh of my people, and flay their skin from off them. And they break their bones, and chop them in pieces, as for the pot, and as flesh within the cauldron. Then shall they cry unto Yahweh. Please take note, Israel. But he will not hear them, and we will tell our brothers and sisters, Yahweh ain't answering your prayer. We will say Yahweh ain't hearing you. We will say Yahweh ain't here to be found, and our brothers will tell us that is a lie. Yahweh is here to be found. Yahweh hearing my prayers. Well, if that is the case, using the Day of Atonement for an example, why are you still here? When did the offering was accepted? When was the offering accepted? For you to be atoned, for Yahweh to hear your prayer, for Yahweh to forgive you and bless you, when was your offering accepted? Because the atonement, we have the statutes of the atonement, but we still was waiting on the sign of acceptance, and that sign was only seen in Jerusalem, in the temple, which was denoted of the holies of holies. It was the back room of the temple where Yahweh will appear by a cloudy pillar. And when that cloudy pillar appeared, whoever was the priest of that day know that the rituals that Israel and the priests had to do was accepted. That's how you knew. Well, today we teaching that Yahweh hear our prayers. Today we teaching we being atoned, but we never see the sign. We never see that which we must see to know if we have been forgiven. Thus, it tells us again in the 4th verse, then shall they cry unto Yahweh, but he will not hear them. He will even hide his face from them at that time. As they have behaved, please take note, Yahweh righteous, as they have behaved themselves ill in their doing. Thus said Yahweh concerning the prophets that make my people err, and many of us have erred by way of our teachings. We are taught that we're under the law. We are taught that we don't supposed to bow down. And many times when you don't bow down, even though you have been taught, you see what happens. Yahweh don't come in and stand up for you. You wind up going against the rod of man and the stripes of the sons of man. That's how you are judged each and every day here, because you are under their law. We got books of wisdom, and one of the books in particular is called the Book of Ecclesiastics. Well, read what it says in the 8th chapter about a king. This wisdom is not just the king for King Solomon or King Solomon's son, but these words of wisdom is denoted toward any people and a king. That's why Yahweh told our fathers to bow down to Nebuchadnezzar, because he was a king. And I already gave y'all wisdoms, or words of wisdom, dealing with rulers and dealing with kings. I'll let you know by warning and by wisdom that it is not wise to be in the presence of a king and doing and saying against the things that he has said and done. So the Almighty told us, our fathers, to bow down to Nebuchadnezzar for their good. He told us that he put our fathers in their hands for their good. And the ones that refused to bow down to Nebuchadnezzar, we found out that they was known as evil figs, and Yahweh did not tell them to act like that, and they were not acting like that for their good, but instead for their bad and for their death. Thus we read about the 4 or at least 3 of the sore judgments that Yahweh will lay upon his people when they break the covenant of the law. And those things was laid upon us in our land and when we found ourselves in the enemy's land. Here in Micah, it continued to tell us in the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh, concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry peace. And this was the verse I was speaking about a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about tithes. I said that our brothers even war against us that speak against the tithes. If we are not one that's putting in their mouth, they got nothing but bad things to say about us when it comes to tithes and offerings. Thus, it reads in the 5th verse of the 3rd chapter of Micah, thus said Yahweh, concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry peace, cry shalom, cry Shabbat shalom, and he that put not into their mouths, they even prepare war against him. Because I won't give them nothing. Because I'm trying my best to tell the people what Yahweh said, where they will stop giving them something. So they're going to be at war with you. They're going to be at war with me based on what I'm saying. Because I am not putting anything in their mouth except these words of correction. And they are not taking heed of that. So they're going to be in war. Their spirit will be at war with my spirit. My spirit is telling the people where and when and why Yahweh said what he said about tithes and offerings. Their spirit is saying or speaking or teaching and causing the people to err because they want you to put something in their mouth. It tells us, Israel, in the 6th verse, therefore night shall be into you that ye shall not have a vision. And they don't have now. That's why they can't tell you how long. That's why they can't tell you why you are crying about thy afflictions. And it shall be dark into you that ye shall not divine. And the sun shall go down over the prophets, and the day shall be dark over them. Then shall the seer be ashamed, as they are being ashamed today, and the diviners confounded. Yea, they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer of Yahweh. We read that in Psalm 74. How long? It reads, but truly I am full of power. That's what I'm trying to explain, Israel. It's a spirit. And we that have the true spirit see why we are crying. We see that we supposed to be crying. We see that we supposed to be afflicted. We see that we can't turn this affliction, not even with the enemy help. Because Yahweh has said it, and it shall be done. Thus it tells us again, in the 7th verse, then shall the seer be ashamed, and the diviners be confounded. Yea, they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer of Elohim. But truly I am full of power by the Spirit of Yahweh, and of judgment, and of might, to declare. It takes strength to tell Israel that they are in error. They will bite you, as it says in Ezekiel. They like scorpions. They'll bite your butt, correcting them, telling them that they ain't holy. Thus it reads again, but truly I am full of power by the Spirit of Yahweh, and of judgment, and of might, to declare, to tell, and to Jacob his transgressions, and to Israel his sin. And I have said it over and over. It wasn't you, it was your fathers that ate the sour grape. Your teeth is just set on edge. You are being a recipient of the punishment based on the sins of your fathers. You are not there. The stories we read in this great manifestation of our Holy Scripture, it tells us who was there, and it tells us what they did, and it tells us what Yahweh did to them. So that can't be us. We have never entered the bond. We have never entered under the bond of the covenant. We are waiting on that day, as we are waiting to be saved out of Jacob's trouble. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, hear this, I pray you, ye heads of the house of Jacob, and princes of the house of Israel, that abhor judgment and pervert all equity. They build up Zion with blood, and Jerusalem with iniquity. The heads thereof judge for reward, they crooked, and the priests thereof teach for hire, they crooked, and the prophet thereof divine for money, they are crooked. Yet will they lean upon Yahweh and say, is not Yahweh among us? And that's what they saying today. People is teaching that Yahweh is among us today. And you losing your job, you being shot by poison, you watching your children die every day in the street, but you'll tell your brother and the enemy that Yahweh is among us. You must be crazy. We are reading testimonies of what our fathers did in the land, and the man that is the prophet had to tell them Yahweh ain't going to be among you, even in your own land. Now today we're not in our land, but Yahweh is among us. And we got all this history about what our fathers did. And we got the present day reality to see that their children is truly a recipient of all that we find in this book. And then we'll still say Shabbat Shalom. We'll still say we are set apart. We'll still say that we ain't being afflicted. I'm blessed. Well, we got a lot to go in this presentation, and all of those assumptions will be answered. Thus it tells us again in the 11th verse, the heads thereof judge for reward, and the priests thereof teach for hire, and the prophets thereof divine for money. Yet will they lean upon Yahweh and say, is not Yahweh among us? And let's answer that for them today. The answer is no. Yahweh is not among us today. Yahweh brought us out of the filth to be a recipient of holiness. He's not abiding in filth until you are brought out. That's ridiculous. He ain't the one that has sinned. So why would he be punished? Or why would he find himself in the state of punishment? The Almighty said when our fathers was in Egypt being afflicted rigorously, he said, I heard it and I seen it. He didn't say I was with you. I heard it and I seen it, and I have come to save you out of it. So because you are in it, don't put your Creator in it. He's the Almighty. He can't be put in it. Thus, it tells us in the latter part, again, of the 11th verse, yet will they lean upon Yahweh and say, is not Yahweh among us? None evil can come upon us, and it is nothing but evil upon you today. You will be a recipient of evil each and every day. The only comfort that you have is to pray for the peace of the city, for in the peace thereof you shall have peace, because every day denotes evil. Every day. Even though Yahweh might show you some mercy, and you might can recall some fun times or some good, what we call good times in our plight of evil. But still, the plight of evil denotes evil every day. And most of us can witness that. The 12th verse reads, as we read in Jeremiah, the 26th chapter, the 18th verse, it tells us in the 12th verse of Micah, therefore shall Zion for your sake be plowed as a field. In the exact terminology we read in Jeremiah 28:18. And Jerusalem shall become heath, and the mountain of the house as the high place of the forest. The exact same terminology. And we just used this to prove what Jeremiah said was true, and prove that our fathers have always been against the man that had the right spirit in them. They always talked against the man that had to come to Israel to tell them that the law was no more. They always was against him, as they are this day. It also tells us, if we take a look in the 15th chapter of Jeremiah, I'm still establishing what state is Israel under today. And the only way I can establish is to show what the prophet said to the people, and the response of the people and the response of their Creator will denote to us what condition that they were under. And if they were under this particular condition that your brother is showing forth, which is called a curse, and they were recipients of affliction, then that must be so with us today, because we have not entered under the covenant, under the bond of the covenant yet. So we must be a recipient of what our fathers endured. That's why your brother stated that the children's teeth are set on edge, because their fathers ate the sour grape. Another way of saying that, or another way of explaining that metaphor, the children is a recipient of the punishment because their fathers sinned. The eating of the sour grape denotes sin. The children's teeth being set on edge denote being a recipient of punishment. You're not being punished today. Your days are not evil every day because of what you are doing today. These things are upon us because of what has happened. You got a story right before you, got the transcript right before you. It tells you the perpetrator, it tells you the crime, it tells you the sentence, it tells you the punishment right before your eyes. But because your teachers have taught you to err, or have caused you to err, You don't even know the transcript before your face. You saying it's you. The scripture telling you by name who it is, and you will come right back and tell your brother, you don't know what you're talking about. That's us. That's us. That's us. Well, why do it tell us who it is if it's you? Why are they using these names and places if it's you? Every word of Elohim is pure, Israel. And he promised to justify you when he said he will be a shield unto them that put their trust in him. And then he reproves you. He admonishes you and says, add not into his words, lest he reprove thee and thou be found a liar. So many people have lied and have taught lies because they do not understand the transcript before them. They do not understand the manifestation of these pages. This is more than just a history book. It is a history of manifestation. It is a history of what Yahweh has said and actually done. And we must read it as such. And when we read it as such, make sure you read it according to its time and according to the place where all these things are being done. Please. For that is the only way you will understand this. It tells us in Jeremiah the 15th chapter, we all take a quick look there, please, to continue to allow us to know what state our fathers was in when they disobeyed, and to allow us to know what state we are in today, being recipients thereof. It tells us in Jeremiah the 15th chapter, I would love to read the first 7 verses, and they read in this wise. Then said Yahweh, because we want to know, what state are Israel in today? Could they be blessed? Or could they be cursed? Or could they be under both? And we want to know, why criest thy Israel of thy affliction? It reads, Then said Yahweh unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. Even though you got 2 righteous brothers that love Yahweh and love Yahweh's children, Yahweh said his mind could not be toward this people. I still couldn't put my mind on them because of how evil they are. It reads, cast them out of my sight and let them go forth. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto thee, where shall we go forth? Then thou shalt tell them, thus said Yahweh. And please take note of these sore judgments, such as are for death to death. He asks where we go. Whither shall we go? Where is we going? He says, such as are for death to death. You're going to die. And such as are for the sword to the sword. And such as are for the famine to the famine. The same word we read in the 29th chapter, the 27th, the 24th chapter. It says, and such as are for captivity to captivity. And I will point over them 4 kinds. 4 kinds. And these 4 kinds denote 4 kinds of sore judgments. Thus it reads again, and I will appoint over them 4 kinds, said Yahweh, the sword to slay, and the dog to tear, and the fowls of the heavens, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth. Why? Because of Manasseh. Oh, it ain't because of the brothers and sisters in Chicago. It ain't because of the congregations down south. No, it says, and I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Yehudah, for that which he did in Jerusalem. So all of them going to captivity because of what he did. And we find ourselves in captivity, not because of what we did, but because of what he did, or because of what another one of our fathers did. And note, this is not a personal captivity. This is a national captivity. So we're not here because of the sin of one man. We are here because of the sins of our nation and our land against our Creator. It tells us, Israel, in the 5th verse, for who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Nobody. Or who shall bemoan thee? Nobody. Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Nobody. Thou hast forsaken me. If y'all forsake Yahweh, ain't nobody with you. How could they be? When Yahweh got control of them, when Yahweh can harden their heart and make them hate you, as it has been done. It says, thou hast forsaken me, said Yahweh, thou art gone backwards. Therefore will I stretch out my hand against thee and destroy thee. I am weary with thy repenting. So it even lets us know that you can't even repent as long as you want. It comes to a time where Yahweh is going to even be weary of your crime. I don't even want to hear it no more. And we know today we find ourselves in that predicament many, many times. And all we can do is hope that he have mercy on us. Because he already told our Father, I don't want to hear that mess no more. The 7th and last verse that I will read, it says, and I will fan them with a fan in the gates of the land. I will beweave them of children. And we're going to teach, we bless. I will destroy my people. We under the covenant of the law. Since they returned not. When was they to return, Yahweh? In the land of their captivity? Or was it when you was rising up the prophets early sending them? Is that what you telling their children today? That they would not return when you constantly sent rising daily and early your prophets, and they killed them? They would not take heed. They would constantly respond to the prophets. The law should not perish. So the Almighty said, I will destroy my people, since they returned not from their way. It also tells us, while we still in the book of Jeremiah, let's look at the 16th verse. The 16th chapter, should I have said. And it tells us in the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, I go straight to the point. if we pick up at the 10th verse, because the question is being asked by our fathers. And we can use the question that's being asked by our fathers and the answer that is given by Jeremiah to our concern today. What state is Israel under today? And why criest of thy affliction? Well, it tells us, if we pick up at the 10th verse of the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, and it reads in his wise, and it shall come to pass, when thou shalt show this people all these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore, in the 15th chapter should have been enough, but the Almighty still lets us know that it shall come to pass that when these people are shown these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore have Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? So what your brother's teaching, that you are under evil today, not just today, every day until you are saved out of it. And to be under evil every day, you must be under servitude, and you must be under affliction. And that's what you're crying about. It says, again, wherefore, the middle of the 10th verse of the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, wherefore have Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? And I asked that. We had a presentation on that a few months back. What is the iniquity of the children of Israel today? And you will be shocked of the answers. Because if you truly know, all you have to do is go in your holy scriptures, and you will see what was the iniquities of our fathers. And once you see and read with understanding the iniquities of our fathers, you would know if you have displayed those same iniquities. And the answer is no. And one might say, well, why not? I don't live right. I'm in a defiled place, because you're not under the covenant. See, the punishment, it comes by way of breaking the words of the covenant. So our fathers got punished because they broke those words, where their children ain't being punished because they broke those words. And one might say, well, how can you say that, brother? Again, Israel, we have never came under the bond of the covenant yet. Once we come under the bond of the covenant and forsake Yahweh, then will we be accused of iniquity, transgression, and sin. Not until then. And we know that to be true when we read. We'll go to there later. I just want to explain it. When we read in the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and it talks about how Yahweh will do with us, or the children of Israel, like he did with their fathers coming out of Egypt. And what did he do then? He saved them, showed them salvation, and introduced to them the covenant of the law, the statutes of life. And he told them to walk therein and be ye perfect. Well, if they would have constantly been perfect. But they did not. So these curses befell them because they were not perfect. Well, comparing it to us today, the Almighty said, once I bring you into the wilderness of the people and bring you under the bond of the covenant, it says it lets us know what will happen to those that sin. It lets us know what will happen to those that commit iniquity. It lets us know what will happen to those that transgress the covenant. And it says that the rebel will be blotted out. So it lets us know the same thing that happened to our fathers, the rebels that were known as rebels in the wilderness, never made it in the land of promise. Many of the rebels in the wilderness died by way of the sword. So it allows us to know that we are not here because of the grapes that we are eating or what we are doing today. We are here based on what has been done. And it was not done in the enemy's land. It was done in their own kingdom, in their own country, and all of their dwellings. Thus, it tells us in closing of Jeremiah 16, if we pick back up in the 11th verse, and let me read its totality. Then shall thou say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken me. Your fathers, not you and me. We ain't the father, we the children. Your fathers have forsaken me, said Yahweh, and have walked after other gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law. When you don't keep his law, it's called breaking the covenant. It says, and ye have done worse. The children that Jeremiah is talking to is accused of doing worse than your fathers. For behold, ye walk every one after imagination of his evil heart, the same thing that caused the earth to be destroyed in the first place, that they may not hearken unto me. Therefore will I cast you out of this land. That is the punishment. That is the great judgment. It says, therefore will I cast you out of this land into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers. And there, now many people going to call Yahweh a liar because they refuse to accept this. They're going to chase that man all the way to Egypt, find him, bring him back, and kill him because these words are written in your holy scriptures. Thus they read, therefore will I cast you out of this land into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers. In there, Israel, not in the land of Canaan, but there, in the land of your servitude, shall ye serve other gods, day and night, where I, the creator of the heaven and earth, will not show you favor. And we know that we have many brothers and sisters serving wood and stone to the fullest, and Yahweh have not shown them any favor. Which denotes the state that Israel is under today, and it is known as a curse, and there is trials and tribulations and sorrow and affliction that come by way of these curses. So we can stop all that mess teaching that we are not afflicted today, that we are not cursed today, that we can undo the curse by doing this, that, or another. Well, Israel, that has been taught for many years. And if you look around you, reality, the heaven and earth witnesses for you that that is only a rumor. That is not the words of Yahweh. For if they were, you must ask yourself, why criest thou of thy affliction? Why are you crying about your affliction? If the word is, all you got to do is repent. If the word is, we under the law today. If the word is, the wise man know to do the law wherever he at. If that is the word, why aren't you saved? We are in captivity today based on what our fathers did. We are recipients of affliction and servitude based on what our fathers did and based on the righteous ruling of our Creator. And if you really understood what your fathers did, you should be confident in the things that you are enduring, because you know it's not going to be forever, and you know it is a punishment for the wrongdoings of our fathers. But we also know that Yahweh is merciful and that there is a covenant that he will always remember, and this covenant that he will always remember denotes him saving our fathers' children out of captivity, out of their troubles. But it still allows us to know that our fathers were the one that did it. And let me show one example of that right quick before we move on. And the example I would like to show is found in the book of Ezekiel. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to the 14th chapter of Ezekiel. And we heard in the presentation so far where many of our brothers refused the punishment. They ran to Ghana. I'm just using these names. They ran to China. They ran to wherever to try to revert or divert what Yahweh had said, that which will befall our fathers for breaking the covenant of the law. Well, when we get in Ezekiel, the 14th chapter, those of us that know about the deportations from Jerusalem to Babylon, there was at least 3 of them. Well, in this story dealing with Ezekiel, the 14th chapter, some of the people have already went into Babylon. They have already went into Babylon and started serving their time. But there were still people in the land. And the story that your brother is about to read is about to show us that the people, or the sin that caused Israel to go into captivity, happened in their land. And it happened among their own people. And as I stated, some of the people had already been in Babylon. Well, some of the people were still in the land, disobeying Yahweh, continuing to break the covenant, continuing to do all that which Yahweh hates. And I'll pick up at and it's kind of similar to what we just read in Jeremiah 15. Jeremiah 15, the Almighty used the great and the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. He used the name Moses and Samuel. Well, here he's going to use the names Noah, Daniel, and Job, saying, even though these people was in the earth and they feared me and departed from evil, I can't put y'all in my mind because y'all are so hard-headed, so rebellious. Thus, it picks up at the 12th verse of the 14th chapter of Ezekiel, and it reads, the word of Yahweh came again unto me, saying, Son of man, when the land sinned, not the earth, this great land, your dwellings, Son of man, when the land sins against me, how do the land, how do that particular geographical location sins against you, Yahweh? And it tells us, by trespassing grievously, when I stretch out my hand upon it, not the world, your land, your dwellings, and will break the staff of the bread thereof, of your dwellings, and will send famine upon it, your dwellings, and will cut off man and beast from your dwellings. Though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they should deliver but their own souls. How? By their righteousness, Samuel, said Yahweh Elohim. And we read that same wording, same phaseology in Jeremiah 15:1. The 15th verse reads, if I cause newsome beasts, and that denotes the fourth. The four sore judgments, which we're going to read, is found in the 21st verse. But the other chapter and verses we was reading was only producing 3. The fourth one was known as the newsome beast. In Jeremiah 15, it did talk about the dogs tearing you apart, but here it denotes all the newsome beasts, and that would be the fourth sore judgment. Thus it read again in the 15th verse, if I cause newsome beasts to pass through the land, and they spoiled it, so that it be desolate, that no man may pass through because of the beasts. Though these three men were in it, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They only shall be delivered, but the land shall be desolate. So they're saying they're going to be delivered if they was there. If they was there during this time, they would be delivered. But the land still going to be desolate. It's just like Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the rightful prophet. He still lived among the 70 years of the desolation of the land. Even though he did everything Yahweh told him, even though he was right in his message, he still had to be a recipient of the 70-year desolation, as it reads in Daniel 9:1 and 2. It continues to tell us in the 17th verse, or if I bring a sword upon that land, not the world, a particular land that we're talking about, and say, sword, go through the land, so that I cut off man and beast from it. Though these three men were in it, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter, but they only shall be delivered themselves. Or if I send a pestilence into that land, and pour out my fury upon it in blood, to cut off from it man and beast, though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, as I live, said Yahweh. And we know Yahweh live forever. If you don't, please reread Deuteronomy, the 39th chapter, the 32nd chapter, the 39th and the 40th verse, if you don't remember that Yahweh lives forever. For it is telling us in our reading, speaking the true words of Yahweh, it tells us Again in the 20th verse, though Noah, Daniel, and Job were in it, as I live, said Yahweh, for we truly know he lives, they shall deliver neither son nor daughter. They shall but deliver their own souls by their righteousness. And then the 21st verse reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, how much more when I send my 4 sore judgments upon Jerusalem. What is the 4 sore judgment? We've been hearing our brother say it. What is it? It says the sword and the famine and the noosome beast and the pestilence. That is 4. And what are they used for? Are they used when Israel is blessed? Are they used when Israel is in obedience? Are they used when Israel find themselves in captivity? It says to cut off from it. What is it, y'all? The land. So it's saying, I use these 4 sore judgments to cut off from it man and beast. The 22nd verse reads, yet, behold, therein where? The land shall be left a remnant that shall be brought forth. Now, where is the remnant going? Where is these people going? And if you're keeping up with your brother, you already know the answer. The answer was found in Jeremiah, the 15th chapter, the first 7 verses. To captivity, to captivity. So your brother asked this question, or this verse is denoting. It says again in the 22nd verse, behold, they shall come forth into you. And I'm asking, where is they coming from? They are coming from the land. But where is they going when it says they shall come forth to you? And I need y'all to understand this, because based on tradition, this teaching, they have taught this to mean that the other people in the earth, we can use America, all the other people in America will represent those that is brought forth. And what those are brought forth is realizing and seeing is that there were some people under the covenant of the law, and that they was going to see these people under the covenant of the law and be satisfied. And that is a terrible teaching. That is not acknowledging that every word of Elohim is pure, nor is that allowing us to know that you possess wisdom and understanding. For it tells us again in the 24th verse, yet behold, therein shall be left a remnant. A remnant was left in Jerusalem and in the land of Yehuda that shall be brought forth. Where was they brought forth? They was brought forth to captivity, both sons and daughters. Behold, they shall come forth into you. Who is the you? Those people already in Babylon. And ye shall see their ways. Who shall see their ways? The people that's already in Babylon shall see the ways of their fathers and their children that were still in Jerusalem, that were still in Yehuda. They were still acting a fool, even though their wives, their sons, their husbands have been taken to Babylon. They were still in the land acting a fool. So the Almighty is letting the people know that's in Babylon that ye shall see their way in their doing, and ye shall be comforted, not because some brothers and sisters lying, talking about they keeping the law in captivity. The Almighty letting our fathers know that was in captivity, you that's in captivity shall be comforted, because it ain't a good scene. It's not a good scene. You in jail, and then you see your brother coming in after you. You see your sister coming in after you. You see your mama coming in after you. You see your daddy coming after you. That's not a good scene. So you wouldn't be comforted. You wouldn't be comforted just because your brothers and sisters wind up where you at. Some people are, but most people would not be comforted. And the Almighty said, but the reason why they gonna come will make you comforted in what I did. And all that is saying is you will continue to be comforted that Yahweh is righteous, that Yahweh ain't did nothing wrong, that Yahweh don't commit iniquity. That's your comfort, by seeing what your brothers and sisters was doing. It's just like saying, like many people talk about R. Kelly. They comforted in what sentence he has received, because in the back of their mind, well, he done raped some little 13, 12, or 11-year-old girl. So the punishment that he received, they cool with it because of the crime. Well, that's what the Almighty's saying right here. Because of the crime that y'all did in the land, and once you see your brothers and sisters come where you are, and once you find out what they did, you will be comforted, not just in what I did to your brothers and sisters, but also what I did to that land. You're going to be comforted because you know I'm right. You know I did not do this for nothing. So now with your brother saying that, let's read the 22nd verse again. And it reads, yet, behold, therein shall be left a remnant that shall be brought forth, both sons and daughters. Behold, they shall come forth into Babylon. It says, behold, they shall come forth into you, and ye shall see their ways. Search your scripture up and down, and note every time the scriptures say their way and their doings, it only denote evil. You will not find in your scriptures where Yahweh is speaking about his children ways and his children doings, and it denote good. It only denotes evil, no matter where you find that rendering. Thus, you find it here. It says, and ye shall be comforted concerning the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, even concerning all that I have brought upon it. And what did he bring upon it? What do all denote? The 4 sore judgments. It continued to tell us in the 23rd verse, and they, the people that will see their doings and their ways, it says, and they shall comfort you when you see their ways. When you see them coming into Babylon and they still got an idol in their pocket. When you see them coming to Babylon and the girl act like a man and the man act like a girl. When you see them coming into Babylon eating that which Yahweh commanded them not. When you see them coming into Babylon saying, let Yahweh be magnified, but at the same time, the fear of Yahweh been taught to them by the precepts of man. When you see their ways and their doing, it tells us, Israel, and they shall comfort you when ye see their ways and their doings, and ye shall know, believe, and understand that I have not done without cause all that I have done in it, said Yahweh Elohim. And many people have taught this to mean that, or to try to display that the people that thought they were under the covenant of the law was doing right. So the people that ain't got to where they at yet, they supposed to see them and say, oh, what a wise and understanding people is this. That is not written right there, nor do that mean that. This is talking about the people already in jail, seeing their brothers and sisters come to jail, and they're going to see their ways and see their doings, and they're going to be comforted in the news that they just received. And what was that news? Jerusalem is destroyed. Wake up, Israel. We are only in a destructive mode because the covenant of the law is broken. We are only being afflicted. We are only being downtrodden. We are only being recipients of not recipients of justice and equity and judgment because we are being punished this day. And we're not being punished for what we have done. We are being punished for what has done, what has been done. And just like the testimony I showed us, Ezekiel 14, you can easily put that and you can easily put yourself in that place, and you could call yourself being in Babylon today. And all that our brothers and sisters is saying is wrong, and that is they doings, because Yahweh destroyed Jerusalem, have kicked us out of our land because of his righteous rulings. And we that fear Yahweh and depart from evil is covered in what Yahweh has done to our dwellings and what he is doing against us this day. That's why we are waiting quietly for him to visit us, because we don't have nothing to say. He's right. Our fathers was wrong. All we got to do is look at their doings and their ways, and we will find that Yahweh is righteous. So they that fear Yahweh and depart from evil will be comforted in this report. They will be comforted in this report. It also tells us one more place I would like to go to real quick, and that's in the book of Zechariah, the 8th chapter. Zechariah, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in Zechariah, the 8th chapter, after we done found out this truth, allowing us to know what state Israel is under today, and that state is none other than a curse. And after allowing us to know why Criest died of thy affliction, Israel, it's because we are truly afflicted and we are being punished, and it's because our teeth are set on edge because of all of our father ways in their doing and their dwelling. It tells us in the 8th chapter of Zechariah, we pick up at the 9th verse, and it reads, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, let your hands be strong, ye that hear in these days these words by the mouth of the prophets, which were in the day that the foundation of the house of Yahweh of hosts was laid, that the temple might be built. For before these days, please take note, before the good days happen, before Yahweh visit, before Yahweh remembered the covenant again and came and visit his vine up out of Babylon, it says, for before these days, the 10th verse, the 8th chapter of Zechariah, there was no hire for man, no jobs, nor any hire for the beast. Neither was there any peace. There wasn't nobody walking around talking about Shabbat Shalom because they ain't freed, because salvation ain't came to them yet. It says, neither was there any peace to him that went out or that came in. And most times we was hoping that we made it back in the house. It says, and because of the affliction. So when you are on the opposite side of life and good, you are only a recipient of death and evil, or death and affliction. For I set all men, everyone against his neighbor. But now, for there's a time for everything under the sun. And this is a proof that we can't be under both times at the same time. Thus it reads, but now I will not be into the residue, the remnant of this people as in the former days, said Yahweh of hosts. For the seed shall be prosperous. The vine shall give her fruit, and the ground shall give her increase. This is once Yahweh remembered the covenant and visit that vine. It reads, and the heavens shall give their due, and I will cause the remnant, those that are left of this people, to possess all these things. And it shall come to pass that as ye were cursed among the heathen. So when you're among the heathen, you are cursed. Now, I must ask you scholars today, where are you at? Are you not among the heathen? And if you say yes, with understanding, that is proof that you are cursed. Thus it reads, again in the 13th verse, and it shall come to pass that as ye were cursed among the heathen, O house of Yehudah and house of Israel, so will I save you. So we got to be saved out of this affliction. We must be saved out of this curse. And once we are saved, then you can have in your lips that you are not no longer afflicted. Then you can have in your lips you are no longer chastised. But until then, we must admit to the world and our brothers and sisters that our fathers have forsook the creator of the heaven and earth, and he laid his righteous judgment upon them, and with us being their children, our teeth are set on edge. We must confess that truth, for it tells us, Israel, again, closing the 13th verse, and it shall come to pass that as ye were a curse among the heathen, O house of Yehudah and house of Israel, so will I save you, and ye shall be a blessing. So you're not one like the other. You're not a blessing and a curse at the same time. You either one or the other. And Yahweh said, after you get done with the one, you will become the other. Thus it reads, ye shall be a blessing. Fear not, but let your hands be strong. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, as I thought to punish you when your fathers provoked me. Please take note where it came from. To wrath, said Yahweh of hosts, and I have repented not. He did not repent. He did it. And it is on us this day. Well, even though Brother Samuel showed us these truths, there's still controversies and rumors going around, and teachers teaching lies and error, telling the people that they could be under both. that they might be a recipient of them both. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. Let's see, can we squash this controversy and show for once and for all that Israel was never under both, that they were given a choice. And when they were given that choice, Yahweh even told our fathers what choice to take. But the question is asked, why criest of thy affliction? Especially if you're teaching that you're under both. You're under the blessings and the cursings. Well, today we're going to prove that that is a lie, that they have added to the words of Yahweh. And the Almighty promised you that you will be found a liar. Let us turn our scriptures to the 26th division of Leviticus. And let's take a look at the 6th verse. Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 6th verse. And it tells us in the 6th verse, and I will give peace. Note the Shabbat. Note, not the Shabbat, excuse me. Note the Shalom. And note where the Shalom is. It says again in the 6th verse, and I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. Well, we know that's not today. Many of our brothers and sisters are afraid about the pandemic itself. Many people are worried about losing their livelihood or their life. It tells us not so if they were under the covenant of the law. Not so if they were under the blessings. Let's read. It reads, and I will rid evil beasts out of the land. Neither shall the sword go through your land, and we know that ain't this land. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. We know that ain't in this land. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. Well, we know that is not in this land. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish. Please take note when you are blessed. Please take note when you will be fruitful. Please take note when you are multiplied. When he established my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, not the food stamp line, not down at human services begging and needing. It says, and ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old. Why? Because of the prosperity, because of the increase, because of the blessing. It says, because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, not in this land. And my soul shall not abhor you, not in this land. In this land, his soul is abhorring you, because our fathers abhorred him. It continued to tell us, and I will walk among you, not in this land, and will be your Elohim, not in this land. And when it says I will walk among you and be your Elohim, that is a sign. And you can find one of those signs dealing with the Sabbath, but not in this land. Because not in this land do he walk among you. Not in this land is he being your Elohim, and not in this land are you being his people. We reading about what you supposed to be in your land. Well, you ain't in your land today. Nor are any of these attributes represent you today, because you are not that people, nor are you in that land. The 13th verse reads, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. That ye, please take note why Yahweh said he brought Israel out of Egypt. And it's going to be the same reason why he brought Israel out of Babylon. And it's going to be the same reason why he bring Israel from the shores of America and abroad. It reads, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. Why, Yahweh? Please let us know why. Why did you bring us out of the land of Egypt and make known your Sabbaths unto us? It reads, that ye should not be the bondsman, the slave, the captive. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, which denote the captivity, which denotes the power of the enemy over you. It says, and I have broken the bands of your yoke. I have taken the chains off your mind and your hands and your feet and made you go upright. And that's what a man is when he is under the covenant of the law in obedience. He is upright. Well, today we are not upright, nor are we under the covenant of the law. The only righteousness that we can seek today is by doing what your brother has proclaimed and declared and witnessed over and over again, and that is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That's the only thing you are working with while you find yourself in hell. But that's what the Almighty told our fathers if they obeyed. That's what the Almighty told our fathers if they were in obedience. He also told them what would befall them and what they would be a recipient of if they disobeyed. Thus, it picks back up in the 14th verse. And it reads, but if, and it allows us to know our condition today. It allows us to know the state we should know that we under today. It allows us to know why are we crying about our affliction. It reads, but if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all, not some, not the best you can. I didn't punish your fathers for doing something. I punished your fathers for not doing all, Israel. You got the transcript right before you now. Read it. And it tells us, Israel, but if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgment, which our fathers did all these things, Yahweh is saying that they should not do. If your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. So it's allowing us to know what denotes a broken covenant. When our fathers did not do all, and they was warned over and over and over and over again early in the morning to do all, they refused. Thus, they broke the covenant, and thus we have these words of punishment for disobedience. And it tells us in the 16th verse, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror. Look at all the terror that is over us today. Look at the consumption and the burning urge, the sicknesses, the viruses, the diabetes, the high blood pressure. Look at all the terror and all the consumption and the burning urge that has consumed us. Not just us, but the other people that we see. It has consumed our eyes because of our loved ones being afflicted with such grave and deadly diseases. Thus it told our fathers, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning urge that shall consume thy eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain. Your enemy shall eat it. And that's what happened to in our land. And ever since we've been in our enemy's land, that is what's happening. They put you out in the fields, and they are the ones receiving 99.9%. And you get whatever you can get and eat whatever you can eat. So you have always worked the fields. You have always put the seed in, but you were not the recipient of the fruit thereof. It was your enemy. And the reason why it has always been like that, because that is a curse. That is a punishment for disobedience. It also tells us in the 17th verse, and I will set my face against you, not with you, against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. As we see every day, all you got to do is turn on the news or call up one of your buddies, and you're going to find out one of y'all just died. It says, they that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken to me and believe these words, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins, because they will still be sinning. And they was punished 7 more times. And we just showed an example of that they still will be sinning with Ezekiel, the 14th chapter. It tells us in the 19th verse, and I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. And if ye walk contrary to me, and will not hearken unto me, and please take note, when Israel was walking contrary to Yahweh, they was walking contrary to Yahweh in their land under the covenant of the law. Well, today, people saying we walking contrary today. We ain't walking contrary today to Yahweh if you ain't under the law. The only way you walking contrary to Yahweh if you walking contrary to what he said about the law. And none of you are under the covenant of the law today. So that is a lie to tell your brother and sister that we are walking contrary, because you find it in Leviticus 26. Again, Israel, you must read the scriptures of truth by way of time and place to get a true understanding of what is being said. We are not walking contrary to our Creator, but we have law and testimony to show us who have and how and what it means to walk contrary. Thus, it picks back up at the 21st verse, and if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sin. And I will also send the wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if, condition, Israel, note the condition. That's how you know if you blessed or cursed, based on the conditions. Thus it reads in the 23rd verse, and if ye will not be reformed, changed, repentant, do better by me, by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I also walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sin. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge. Note what Yahweh said he's avenging. Avenge the quarrel of my covenant. Yahweh said this about his covenant. The people said that about it. So there's a quarrel. There's a controversy about what Yahweh has said dealing with his covenant. And we know that to be true today because we got people saying other than what Yahweh's saying, and we are quarreling. We are arguing with them for Yahweh to tell them exactly what is written. Thus the 25th verse reads, and I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy, as you are this day. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book, well, let me say something else in here. If we take a look at the 39th verse in this chapter, it tells us, and they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity and in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass, which they trespassed against me, and that also they had walked contrary unto me. And note what they must confess. And they are confessing not something that somebody else did, but something that they did. It says their iniquities and their fathers' iniquities. Well, that is not us. That is not saying we today is walking contrary to Yahweh, because we got a witness of who did and how they did it. And that is not you. Now, you might want to reenact what they did, but that is not you. Like I said, this is a transcript. They already been found guilty and sentenced. So you can't rearrange the case. Your transcript is right before your eyes, Israel. The only way you can say this is you, because you have been taught lies. That's the only way you can see it. And once you taught the truth, you will readily say, yeah, this ain't us to tell you who it was. It was Zedekiah. It was this man. It was this woman. It was this group. It was this multitude. It tells us. It tells us what they was doing, how they was doing it, when they was doing it, their response, when they was corrected and everything. All of it is right here. You got the manuscript right here. The court case is in your hand. And it's not wise to lie. You won't be a true witness. It also tells us, Israel. One more place I would like to read is the 23rd verse, the 43rd verse of Leviticus 26. And it says, the land also shall be left of them. It's dealing with the punishment. And I wanted to interject this because we want to know, what state is Israel under? Why cries of thy affliction? Why is you crying about not being able to keep the Sabbath? Why is you arguing and quarreling with your brothers and sisters that tell you that you're not under the Sabbath, or nor the covenant of the law? The 43rd verse says, the land also shall be left of them, based on the punishment, based on the affliction. And one of the afflictions is that Israel will find themselves without their dwellings, without the Sabbath, and without their Creator. And it tells us why. It says in the 43rd verse, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, all of them, not just the weekly Sabbath, all the Sabbaths of the land, while she lie desolate without you. She can't enjoy it with you because you are in disobedience, because you want to overwork the land, because the Almighty said, put the shekel down, and you putting the shekel in your hand. It said, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbath, while she lie desolate without them. And when did the land lie desolate without them? According to testimony, when Israel was in Babylon. So it's a proof we never kept the Sabbath in captivity. It continued to tell us. And they, not only is the land going to be laid, not only is the land going to enjoy the Sabbath, and it says enjoy it, not just keep it, enjoy her Sabbath, while she lie desolate without us. And they, us, shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. And what is the punishment? The division, the casting out. You not being able to enter into this great holy day that Yahweh had made known to you. That's the punishment. We find ourselves without the land, without the Sabbath, and our Creator, Israel. Not just without the Sabbath. We find ourselves without our dwellings and without our Creator. And why? It says, they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity. Why? Because, even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And when you despise Yahweh's judgment, and when you abhor Yahweh's statutes, it told us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 14th and the 15th verse, that denotes that you have broken the covenant of the law. So the only reason we can witness these things, and the only reason we can cry about these afflictions, is because Yahweh has done it. And we even have the wisdom to know why he did it. And he has done it because of what our fathers did in the land of promise. It also tells us, if we take another look in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy. Let's take a look at Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, as it did last week. Last week we found ourselves in Deuteronomy 11. And we find ourselves today in Deuteronomy 11. This time I would like to take the listening audience to the 26th verse. And let's read the 26th to the 28th verse. Deuteronomy 11 and 26 reads, Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse, one or the other. I ain't giving you both of them at the same time. Yahweh have made a distinction from the beginning, from the book of Genesis 1, where it says that the deep was void and darkness was upon it. Well, Yahweh have made a distinction dealing with this great manifestation that we have in our hand from the beginning. When he said, let there be light, he made a distinction from night. So throughout this book, the Almighty have always made a distinction. And when the Almighty selected the teachers of our people was commanded to make a distinction. Make sure you teach my people the difference between the holy and the unholy, between the clean and the unclean. So there has always been a distinction made throughout this Holy Scripture, and it has not changed. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, and it allows us to know that even in this verse, a distinction is to be made. And it reads, Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. Look at the distinction. A blessing if, note the condition, a blessing if ye obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, which I command you this day. The 28th verse reads, and a curse if ye will not obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, but turn aside out of the way which Yahweh or which I command you this day, to go after other gods which ye have not known. And we know that Israel was rebellious, and they went after other gods, and Yahweh cast them out into all the nations, and not just cast them out into all the nations, but cast them out to the gods of wood and stone, which is no gods, but that's what they wanted. Thus Yahweh gave them the imagination of their own heart. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. We've seen in the book of the law of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, what denoted blessings and what denoted cursings. And it also allowed us to know where they would be a recipient of those blessings and a recipient of those cursings. Well, in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, it tells us the same thing that we just read. And if we look at the first two verses, it tells us in the first two verses of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe and to do all his commandments, all of them, which I command thee this day, that Yahweh thy Elohim will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon thee. Look at what will befall you if you were in your land under the covenant of the law in obedience. Look what will befall you. Not a good job, Not a child here and there. It says all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee. This is how you know if you're blessed or not, because if you was blessed, the blessing would overtake thee. You wouldn't be able to cry about thy affliction if you was blessed. For it tells us in the second verse, and all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim. And I said, let's read the first two verses, but I must continue on reading, because one would be able to say, well, that's all I knew. I said that because that's all I knew. Well, right now we're going to show you what the blessings is, and you can prove yourself today if you are under the blessings, because all you have to do is to be able to apply any of these blessings to yourself today. And I bet you can't. Not one of them. And let's read them to prove that they can't. For it tells us in the third verse, blessed shall thou be in the city. Well, today your brother asking you to get on your knees and pray for the peace of the city, because you find yourself poor, because you find yourself afflicted, because you find yourself in hell in that city. So that can't represent you being blessed. But if you were, and you were in your land under the covenant of the law, it tells us in the third verse, blessed shall thou be in the city. And when we say blessed, don't forget, this ain't no blessing that you can slide. This is a blessing that will overtake you. And one of those blessings is blessed shall thou be in the city, and blessed shall thou be in the field. And we know we're not. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body. We know that's not. Many times we have been taught by way of tradition. Well, baby is a blessing. It's a blessing that Yahweh gave you a child. It's a blessing that Yahweh woke you up. What Almighty said, if you under the covenant, blessed should be the fruit of thy body in obedience. If you ain't under the covenant, you can still have a baby if the Almighty allow you to, but that don't mean it's blessed. And we got many testimonies of those children that we was calling blessed cussing us out. Got us scared of them and everything else under the sun. And that was the same little baby, that same beautiful baby that you said was a blessing. And it wind up kicking your butt. It wind up lying to you. It wind up stealing from you. It wind up frightening you. And that's a blessing? No, it's not. And it don't supposed to be, based on what we are reading. It continues to tell us, the last part of the fourth verse, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. I'm not even going to play with you on that. Most of us live in apartment buildings, and most of us have no animals whatsoever. So you definitely can't take this as one of the blessings. The fifth verse reads, blessed shall be thy basket in thy store. And we know that ain't. We searching all day and every day. We even at the store searching to make sure we trying to eat halfway clean. So we know that our basket is not blessed at the store. The sixth verse reads, blessed shall thou be when thou comest in. And I have said it over and over again. It might be, and I don't mean it in this sense. I mean it in the sense of you escaping. I mean it in the sense of you surviving the street. that you made it back in. Because many of us is going to leave out that door, and we won't make it back in because of the curse and the afflictions that is upon us. But the Almighty said, if you're blessed, it reads, blessed shall thou be when thou coming in, and blessed shall thou be when thou goest out. And we know that's truly a blessing. But that blessing is not upon you and I this day. The 7th verse reads, Yahweh shall cause thy enemy that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. We know that it's not happening. We are the one chased by one police officer. We are the one chased by 1,000 of us, chased it by 2 or 3 patty rollers. It's not the other way around. But if you were blessed, it would be the other way around. And it's a proof. Every time you got to run from the enemy, every time you find yourself afraid of the enemy, it is a proof that you are only cursed this day. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, Yahweh shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. When you're blessed, they shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. When you bless, Yahweh shall command the blessing. The blessing is commanded to be on you. Yahweh's hand is not shortened, that he can't save, that he can't do and give as he said he would. There is rewards for being obedient, and they are called blessings. The 8th verse reads, Yahweh shall command a blessing upon thee in thy storehouses. You have none. And in all that thou settest thy hand into. What you doing ain't blessed. You hoping. You surviving. And he shall bless thee in the land. It allows you to know that you're not blessed because he told you where the blessing will be. In the land, in your dwellings, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. Yahweh has not given you America and abroad, Israel. Thus, you will never find yourself blessed in America and abroad. The 9th verse reads, Yahweh shall establish thee a holy people. You ain't holy today. And this refute you saying you set apart. This refute you saying you sanctified. Because if you was set apart, if you was sanctified, and if you was in obedience, you would be blessed. Not just blessed among you in your house, but blessed upon the face of the earth. And today you're not. You're working with whatever little job you got and whatever little assistance that you can get. You are surviving, Israel. That is not blessings. That is survival. And most of us have survived to this day, not based on your doings, nor your ways, but the mercy of the Most High have allowed you to wake up today, not your ways. It tells us, Israel, the last part of that 9th verse, if thou shalt keep the commandments of Yahweh thy Elohim and walk in his ways, and all the people of the earth shall see. Please take note. The Almighty will not allow you to call him a liar. He got the enemy witnessing. He got you witnessing. He got the heaven and the earth witnessing. You're not going to be able to call him a liar, nor will you be able to add to anything of all the things that he has said. Thus it reads again in the 9th verse. Excuse me. In the 10th verse. And all the people of the earth shall see what? The blessings that Israel is a recipient of when they are in obedience. All the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Yahweh. And again, the sign of the Sabbath denotes that. Well, they don't see it today. Many of you can't even witness this because of the curse. One of the plagues of the curses was for your remembrance to cease, and it has. The nations is not bringing up your remembrance. You are. And we doing a bad job at that. We teaching that wrong. But one of the plagues that we must remember that Yahweh had put on Israel as a curse is that your remembrance shall cease. And that is proven even to this day, because our remembrance has ceased. It has truly ceased among the nations, and it has also truly ceased among ourselves. Because when we report and declare the remembrance, it is declared wrong. It is declared by way of tradition and not by way of these words and what Yahweh said and did. It continues to tell us, Israel, if we pick up at the 12th verse, and Yahweh shall open into thee his good treasures, the heaven, to give the rain into thy land, your land, not wherever you are at, in his season, and to bless all the work of thy hand, and thou shalt lend. No, you're not going to find yourself at the welfare office. You're not going to find yourself trying to get some money where they don't evict you and take your house. No, you want to be the lender. You'll never find yourself in the situation where you will have to borrow. Not when this blessing has overtaken thee. You got to remember the words now. It says, Yahweh shall open into thee his good treasure, the heaven, to give the rain into thy land in his season, and to what? Bless all the work of thy hand, everything you do. And thou shalt lend into many nations, not your brother, into nations, because don't forget, these blessings have overtaken thee. You got it. You got it to lend to other nations, just like you got it to lend to your brother righteously. The poor that might be among you, make sure you take care of him righteously, and don't plague him for what he got, and don't take nothing from him on usury, and don't lend him nothing where he got to pay you interest, because you got it. You are so blessed that it has overtaken thee. And we know there's not a man on this earth that can say that they are a recipient of any, I agree say this blessing, but any one of the ones we done read so far. Shoot, any one of them. And we got a lot of people that think they rich, but they ain't wealthy. They ain't ruling nothing. This blessing here talking about ruling everything. Thus it reads, that latter part of the 12th verse, and to bless all the work of thy hand, and thou shalt lend into many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Point, this a checkmate right here. All y'all that know that you done borrowed sometime in your life, this would show you that you are wrong, that you were never under the blessings, because you know that you done borrowed. And I mean from the enemy. It tells us in the 13th verse, and Yahweh shall make thee the head. You ain't the head. Even though you walking around in your head delusional, you are not the head. But if you were the blessed, you will be the head and not the tail, which you are this day. You are the tail. And thou shalt be above only. See what it means when it says the blessings will overtake thee? You will be above only, all the time. And thou shalt not be beneath, as we are this day. If thou hearken unto the commandment of Yahweh thy Elohim, which I command thee this day, observe and do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words. If you go aside from any of the words, you will no longer be blessed, nor would you no longer be hearkening to the commandments of Yahweh, to observe and to do them. Thus he warned our fathers, again in the 14th verse, and thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. The 15th verse reads, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee. And they're not just going to come upon you where you can say, well, I'm blessed and cursed. No. He said, all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Just like the blessings will overtake you, and you will only see blessing upon you and your people in that country, so with the curses. When the curses overtake thee, you will never see one of those blessings illuminated upon thee. Why? Because the curses have overtaken thee now. So all you will see and all you will be a recipient of is the curse. As it is this day. We got the heaven and earth witnessing while we're speaking now. And we drop down to the 20th verse because the curses and the blessings is not even. It is way more cursings than it is blessings. But the blessings is so great, it takes all of these cursings to overtake thee, where the blessings can't be seen on thee. That's how great it is. So I would just like to pick on a couple of the cursing. And one of them is found in the 20th verse, where it says, and Yahweh shall send upon thee cursing and vexation and rebuke and all that thou settest thy hand into do, for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly. Why? Because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. It also tells us about these great curses. If we look at the 22nd verse, Yahweh shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with inflammation, and with extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blistering, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. And thy heavens that is over thy head shall be brass. That means that the treasures of Yahweh or the treasures of heaven is not being opened upon thee. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thy feet be iron, and Yahweh shall make the rain of thy land powder, and the dust from heaven shall it come down upon thee, till thou be destroyed. It also tells us in the 22nd verse, dealing with these afflictions, and Yahweh shall smite thee with balls of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. And Yahweh shall smite thee with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. All these things denote affliction. And thou shalt grope at noonday, as the blind grope in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways. And thou shalt be only oppressed. It don't say that thou shalt be blessed and cursed. It says thou shalt only be oppressed and spoiled evermore. And no man, Israel, shall save you. So, if that's true, and we have not been saved, are we not groping as the blind do in darkness? Are we not prospering? Are we not only oppressed? The oppression of the day is take the shot. Are we not only oppressed and spoiled evermore? Absolutely, Israel. The affliction that we have cried about, thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Thy ox shall be slain before thy eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thy ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, your children too, your wife too, and shall not be restored unto thee. Thy sheep shall be given into thy enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall die in this street. It says, thy sons and thy daughters shall be given into another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with longing. And we got a great history of this. We got a great history of this, of our fathers being on the chopping block, on the selling block, where we got sold, and our daughters went one way, our sons went another, our wife went another way, and the father went another way. This ain't no make-believe. This is a manifestation of what already has happened and what has befallen you. It tells us, Israel, in the last sentence of the 32nd verse, and there shall be no might in thy hand. The fruit of thy land and of thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed away. That's why you cry about your affliction. So that thou shalt be mad. And we are mad every day. The scripture says, much knowledge bring about sorrow. We are mad and sorrowful every day for what we have learned and for what our eyes have seen. Yahweh shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs, and with sores and balls that cannot be healed. And that's why they ain't. You keep going to these doctors, they giving you mass medicine. You ain't healed. That's why you got to take the medicine every day, because it can't heal you. They trying to relieve you from this. They can't heal you because Yahweh has spoken. It tells us, Israel, with sores, boils that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot to the top of thy head. Yahweh shall bring thee and thy king, which thou hast set over thee, to a nation, which neither thy nor thy fathers have known. And there, it reads, and there shall thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And thy shall become an astonishment, a nigger, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, wherever Yahweh shall lead thee. And wherever you go, you are that nigger. The 38th verse reads, thou shalt carry much seed out into the field. We did it. We got footprints throughout the South, where we planted that seed and was a recipient of nothing. It says, thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, even though it's talking about the field that Israel had, and shall gather, but in little, for the locust shall consume it. Well, our day, the locust was the white man. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coasts, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thy olive shall cast his fruit. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them. Why not? For they shall go into captivity, as we are this day. And drop down to the 45th verse, it says, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. Why? Because thy heart is not into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments, his statutes, which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee, Israel. You walk about, you under the Sabbath. You want to tell Israel that the sign is upon you. You are a liar. But there is a sign upon you. And maybe you just mixing up the sign. This is the sign upon you. And this sign that your brother about to show do not denote the sign of the Sabbath, nor do it denote that you are under the covenant of the law today. This is the sign that you see upon yourself, that you are terribly mistaken for the sign of the Sabbath. For it tells us, Israel, in the 46th verse, and they shall be upon thee for a sign. Not just for a sign, but as we read earlier, the people going to say, whoa, what happened to this place and what happened to this people? So not only is it a sign upon you, but it's also for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. So it is upon us until we are brought back, until we are saved out of Jacob's trouble. These are the signs that the heaven and earth will show forth. And why? Why do we find ourselves cursed? It says, because thou servest not Yahweh thy Elohim with joyfulness. When you had the opportunity, when the Almighty made it known to you, you were supposed to serve him with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all those great things he said and have given you. But they didn't. Therefore shall thou serve thy enemies, which Yahweh shall send against thee. And what? Hunger. And what? And thirst. And what? And nakedness. And what? And want of all things. How in the heck you going to be blessed? And you got to depend on the enemy for all things, Israel? That is ridiculous. And it shows that you truly don't have wisdom and understanding. It tells us, and he shall put a yoke of iron. The yoke of iron denote captivity. The yoke of iron denotes servitude. And not to Yahweh, but the enemy. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. And Yahweh shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle fly, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, don't care nothing about you nor your mama. It says a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And then it tells us, if we jump to the 63rd verse, making a distinction, if Israel is cursed or if they blessed. Is there a reason for Israel to cry about their affliction? It tells us in the 63rd verse of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. And it shall come to pass, making a distinction. And when it says it shall come to pass, it denotes a time. And it shall come to pass that as Yahweh rejoiced over you to do you good, just like it says, when you under the blessing, it will overtake you. Where Yahweh is re-emphasizing in the 63rd verse what he said back in the 14th verse. He said, just like my blessings is going to overtake you. Well, he said also, my curses will overtake you. So it's a time. Well, if you find yourself under the curses, it is only because you're not under the blessing. If you find yourself under the blessings, it is only because you are not under the curses. Thus, 63 says, verse 63, and it shall come to pass that as Yahweh rejoiced over you to do you good. It's him that's doing it, and can't nobody stop it. Well, it says, and to multiply you, so Yahweh will rejoice over you to destroy you, and can't nobody stop it. And to bring you to naught. You ain't nothing. We don't even know who we are. And ye shall be plucked from off the land, whether thou goes to possess it, as it is this day. We don't even know when the last time we stepped foot on that land. The 64th verse reads, and the people, and Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even into the other, as we are today, as we find ourselves today. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thy nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And that is the majority. And among these nations shall thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. There is no Shabbat Shalom, not when the curses have overtaken thee. There is no ease when you are only oppressed. There is no rest when the white man or your enemy got the servant working. Come on, Israel. Thus it reads, and among these nations shall thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy feet have rest. But Yahweh shall give thee a trembling heart, a filling of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And thy life, ask your brothers and sisters that's running around here trying to duck and dodge these viruses and these shots and losing their jobs and their livelihood. It says, and thy life shall hang in doubt before thee. You don't know if you're going to be working tomorrow or not. It says, and thy life shall hang in doubt, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life. The shot is not even assurance. They got you taking the booster because they told you, well, with this one here, we assure you that you're going to keep you from it and you're going to live. Well, some more people died, and now they saying we got a booster because there is no assurance for your life. It tells us in the 67th verse, dealing with these afflictions and why we crying. In the morning thou shalt say, would Elohim, it was evening. And at evening thou shalt say, with Elohim, it was morning. For the fear of thy heart, wherewith thou shalt fear. And for the sight, even though you might say, I don't fear that mess. But Almighty said, you're lying. And then he said, for the sight of thy eyes, which thou shalt see. Even though you might act like you don't fear what might just befell you. The Almighty said, you fear what you see. Because what you see might didn't fall you. It might have failed your daughter. It might have failed your son. It might have failed your grandmama, your mama, your daddy, people that you love. So you still going to be afflicted. And you got no power in your hand to help them. How about that? It tells us, and Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt. Egypt denote captivity. It denote oppression, again with ships, by the way whereof I speak unto thee. And thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold into your enemies. And we know what happened. We know that we was the number one commodity, and we were sold each and every day. For bondsmen and bondswomen, and no man shall buy you. No man will be able to redeem you. And note the condition, and note the affliction. It allows us to know it is impossible for us to be under the covenant of the law and to be blessed and be a bondsman and a bondswoman, or to be a slave man and a slave woman being under the blessing. That is impossible. That only belongs to the curse, as we just read with our own eyes. Well, have Yahweh ever told Israel to try to choose both? Or have Yahweh ever instructed Israel to try to do both based on what our brothers and sisters are teaching? Let us take a look at Proverbs 10. Proverbs 10, let's find the truth. Let's find out, did Yahweh say, well, when you go in captivity, do like Daniel, as you perceive Daniel have done, which your perception is totally incorrect. But as you have perceived that Daniel have done, I want you to do it. I want you to keep the law, even if you find yourself in captivity. That way, you might be a recipient of both. You might be a recipient of cursing and blessing at the same time. Well, according to the wise man, it tells us in the book of wisdom, the 10th chapter of Proverbs, the 22nd verse, and it reads in this wise, And he wants everybody to know this. And it reads, the blessing of Yahweh, it makes rich. We know that, for it will overtake thee. And when this blessing make rich by it overtaking thee, it says, and Yahweh add no sorrow with it. Well, one of the terms for affliction and this curse is sorrow. What the Almighty said, somebody must be mistaken. Because when I bless, there is no sorrow mixed with it. But we got people teaching that we bless and curse at the same time. And I mean prominent teachers teaching us that we are blessed and cursed at the same time. When the wise man told us the blessings of Yahweh, it makes rich, and he adds no affliction. He adds no sorrow with it. No curse with it. And if that is not enough, let's go back to the law. Let's go back to Deuteronomy 30th chapter, and let's see what Yahweh said. We're supposed to be witnessing and confirming and acknowledging all that Yahweh said. And we fighting what our brother said. But that's all right. Yahweh did too, as we read in Leviticus the 26th chapter. They had a quarrel about his covenant with his children. Well, let's see. In this quarrel, what did Yahweh command his children to do? To be under both? It tells us in Deuteronomy 30. If we take a quick look at the 15th chapter, Deuteronomy 30, the 15th verse. And it tells us in the 15th verse what Yahweh said. It tells us in the 15th verse what Yahweh commanded our fathers to choose. And why choose? Because you can only be under one or the other. Thus it reads in Deuteronomy 30, verse 15, see, you that have eyes, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil is one or the other. You either under life and good, or you want to be under death and evil. Well, today your brother is trying to show you by way of this presentation why criest for thy iniquity, or why criest of thy affliction. It allows us to know because of what was given to us and what was chosen by our fathers. It tells us in the 16th verse, and that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And Yahweh thy Elohim shall what? Bless thee. Where at? Wherever we at? Wherever we find ourselves with lack of understanding of these scriptures? No, it says in the land, whether thy goes to own it, to inherit it. It denotes all of your dwellings that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But if thy heart turn away. So the Almighty told us what to choose. He told our fathers what to choose. And then he allowed us to continue on to learn the true words of Yahweh, which denoted the curse if you disobey. But if thy heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be driven away, and worship other gods and serve them, I denounce unto you this day, and your brother is declaring this denouncement. I denounce unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, not the earth, on this land. Whether thou goes over Jordan to go to possess it. Again, Israel, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that you're not under both, nor did I ever tell you that you would be under both. It says, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death. Choose one or the other, it reads. Life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, he told our fathers what to choose. Therefore, choose life, that both thy and thy seed may live. Well, today, Israel, we are not living. We are surviving. And the only reason we find ourselves in this survival mode is because our fathers choose the death and cursing. And their children is truly a recipient thereof. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and it tells us in Ezekiel, well, I was going to use that. I don't want to use that one. Ezekiel 20, 39, and 40, and it just allows us to know where the things that denotes blessings and praising Yahweh was to be accepted and where they will be done. In the Ezekiel 20 chapter, the 40th verse tells us in the mountain of Yahweh, denoting us being back in our dwelling. I don't want to use that one. I want to go to the next point. And the next point I'm making is, as I stated, the greatest plague of the curses of the covenant is being rooted out of our own land and to serve wood and stone. But not only is it the greatest plague, but it is one of the greatest proofs that Israel is not under the covenant of the law, and that Israel is not blessed and cursed at the same time, but it is truly a truth that Yahweh did what he said and said what he did, and we find ourselves cursed today because we are not in our land. And I just would like to give a couple points to prove that truth. If we take a look back in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, if we take a look at the 27th and the 28th verse, Deuteronomy 29, and I would like to go up a little bit. And let's start at the 22nd verse. Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, the 22nd verse. And I am using these few scriptures to deal with the concern about the greatest plague of the curses of the covenant. And your brother said the greatest plagues is being rooted out of the land of the living and sent to serve wood and stone. And it tells us these great words of truth in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, the 27th and the 28th verse. And it reads in this wise, but I would like to pick up at the 22nd verse. And it reads, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses which Yahweh have laid upon it, and that the whole land, all of your dwellings thereof, is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeman, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? What mean the heat? Could this heat mean that they are in captivity? It says, what mean the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, as your brother is saying, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, not what he made with them in Egypt, as tradition teaches. But Yahweh said he made this covenant that they forsook when he brought them out of Egypt. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given into them. And the anger, the wrath, the displeasure of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses, not some, all the curses that are written in this book. And to bring all the curses that are written in this book produces the worstest of them all. For it reads, and Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger and wrath and great indignation. Do you see what it took for Yahweh to finally kick you out? Because of his mercy, because of his loving kindness is greater than life. It took three attributes that represent anger for Yahweh to grasp on those three attributes to finally say, all right, y'all out of here. Y'all is out of here. I need you to see this. I need you to understand what it took for Yahweh to kick us out, for us to actually be declaring that we are servants and afflicted in hell. Look what it took for our Creator to even make you be in this situation. Let me read it again. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation. So once those three had rose up from the merciful, from the one that execute loving kindness and righteousness and judgment in the earth, it took these three attributes to kick our fathers out. That means he is upset. Not a little mad, not a little angry. He is upset. And cast them into another land, as it is this day. As long as you in that land, he's still upset. You waiting on his loving kindness. You waiting on his mercy. You waiting on Yahweh to remember the covenant with his friend Abram and come and save Abram's children. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 18th chapter of Leviticus, the 18th chapter of Leviticus, and it tells us in the 18th chapter of Leviticus, and bear with me, I need to speed it up a little bit due to time restraint. If we take a look at Leviticus, the 18th chapter, and please try to follow up with your brother. Just write the scripture down, because I don't have the time to wait for everyone to get on the page to start reading. So please make sure you hear what I'm saying and write the chapter and verses down. We all should be turning our Holy Scriptures to Leviticus, the 18th chapter. I'm going to pick up at the 24th verse and read to the 30th verse. Leviticus 18, verse 24, and it reads, defile ye not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. The concern is dealing with the greatest plague of the curses. And your brother said being rooted out of their own land to serve wood and stone. Well, here in the law we find that the Almighty is admonishing our fathers, and he's telling them what they should not do in this great land, and it tells them why. We should be at the 25th verse, and it reads, and the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquities thereof upon it, and the land itself vomit out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourn among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that was before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, and that's what our fathers did, even the soul that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore, the reason why Yahweh shall ye keep my, therefore, the reason why Yahweh said, ye shall keep my ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And you can also use this to prove that Israel is not under the covenant of the law, because if they were, they wouldn't be in this land, because they couldn't be in this land among these abominations. So it's a proof that we're not under the covenant of the law, because if you were, and we were in our land, all the things that you see today wouldn't be going on, not if you was in obedience, because they represent an abomination. We can also find this truth if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 20th chapter. Leviticus 20 tells us, if we pick up at the 22nd verse, Leviticus 20 and 22 reads, and if, ye shall therefore keep all my statutes, and note what you must keep, and all my judgments. Today we don't even teach we under the judgments, but we teach we under the covenant of the law. And this is a proof that they have not made a distinction between the holy and the profane, and nor have they made a distinction from all that Yahweh has said and some of the things that they think he has said. They are not making a distinction. They are not making a difference. Thus it reads again in the 22nd verse, ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments and do them, that the land, whether I bring you to dwell, your dwellings, Israel, to dwell therein, spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manner of the nation, which I cast out before you, for they commit all these things, and therefore I abhor them. But I have said unto you, please take note, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, your dwellings, a land, Israel, that floweth with milk and honey, the glory of all lands. I am Yahweh your Elohim, which has separated, please take note. So if he separated you from all the other people and gave you this particular land, then how are you separated and set apart today, being in the midst of your enemy? Ye shall therefore put difference. You must make a distinction when you're dealing with the Holy One, Israel. Thus it reads in the 25th verse, ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between the unclean fowls and the clean. And back in the day, I used to call us, if y'all remember, Eddie Murphy had a movie called The Distinguished Gentleman. And, or not, I don't know if the movie was called that, but it was a character called that. And that's what I call Israel. Israel was the distinguished gentleman of all the gentlemen of the earth. Of all the men of the earth, Israel was that distinguished gentleman. Thus it reads in the 26th verse, and ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed you from other people, that you shall be mine. And when he severed you from other people, he made you the distinguished gentleman. You are the one that is making distinctions. You are the one that has been taught, and the Spirit has been put on you to make a difference. You are that distinguished gentleman, Israel, in the world. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. By the law and by the testimony, we can easily show why thou criest of thy affliction is. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, from the weeping prophet, it tells us in the 19th verse, Jeremiah 9 and 19, and it reads, for a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion, and that wailing denotes crying. And they crying about the affliction that they are enduring. But the Almighty saying, why criest of thy affliction? Is this not righteousness? Did not I warn you over and over and over again to return unto me, to repent to me, and you did not? Why criest of thy affliction now? It tells us, Israel, in 9th chapter, the 19th verse, for a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, our dwellings, because our dwellings have cast us out. So yeah, they're going to be mourning. Yeah, they're going to be wailing. Yeah, they ain't going to be comfort, because their dwellings have cast them out. They are no longer known as the distinguished gentlemen, Israel. They've been sent in the midst of the heathen. There is no distinction being made among the heathen. So they no longer become that great distinguished gentleman. It also tells us, well, what about those that refuse your warning? What about those that refuse the rebuke of Yahweh? What about those that is holier than I, and they going to tell you that they are blessed, they under the covenant of the law no matter what you say? Well, let's take another visit to the book of Deuteronomy. Back to Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. And it tells us again in the 29th chapter, if we pick up at the 13th verse, and it reads, for all those that say, damn their brother, we blessed, and we under the covenant of the law no matter what that man say. Well, let's read what Yahweh said, because it don't make no difference what I say. All the difference is in this page, and it's picking up at the 13th verse. And it reads, I'll start at the 12th. It says that thou shalt enter into covenant with Yahweh thy Elohim, and into his oath, which Yahweh thy Elohim make with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people and to himself. And that's what it is when you enter the covenant, which you and I have not. And that he may be into thee a Elohim, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day. So he let us know that the covenant was made with those in the wilderness, before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. So the people that is not there that day, that will find themselves there, they will also be under the covenant. And you must acknowledge it in that sense, because you got to remember the people that is standing before Yahweh this day in Deuteronomy 29 is free. They are under the covenant of the law. That is not us. We're not free, nor are we under the covenant of the law, nor is Yahweh among us by a cloudy pillar by day and a pillar of fire by night. But when we read all that is taking place with these people, he is. So we must make the distinction. We must show the difference, as we have been. It tells us in the 15th verse, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man or woman or family, or tribe, whose heart turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that bear gall and wormwood. And that denotes poison. It says, and it come to pass, when he hear the words of this curse, when his brother take him throughout the book of Exodus, Deuteronomy, Jeremiah, and tell them that they are cursed, it says, and it shall come to pass, when he hear the words of this curse, and he bless himself. See, to bless yourself, to say, I'm blessed. I said you curse. And you come right back and bless yourself and say, no, brother, I'm blessed. Well, look what your Creator said. And it come to pass, when he hear the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace. I said you curse. I said that the covenant of the law is no more, and you come back and say, Shabbat Shalom. Well, look what the Almighty saying, what he would do to such a man. It says, he blessed himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination. We know when it says, I walk, that is evil. When it comes to your imagination, when it comes to your ways, when it comes to your doings, it denotes evil. Well, look what the man said. It says, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. You already thirsty. You already drunk, and you about to drink some more to satisfy that thirst. You are sloppy drunk. Yahweh will not spare you, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against you. And all he's smoking against you because you said you blessed when the brother was trying to tell you we are cursed. It says shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that your brother was telling you about, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. I don't think you want to say you are blessed when one can show you by law and testimony that you are cursed. I will be afraid. It also tells us people want to know based on what state is Israel under today, and they want to know why Criest about thy affliction. It tells us, and they want to know when will the curse of the covenant be taken off? When will we no longer be afflicted? Let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. The people say, well, all right, you showed us why we crying about our affliction. You even showed us where our affliction came by. Well, can you show us how long we'll be crying? Can you show us when this affliction will be over? It tells us in Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. And showing or in telling when these things will be over, the Almighty still had Jeremiah to ask us that intelligent question, which our presentation was called. And that intelligent question was again. Why cry? I want to read it as it is written. It says in the 15th verse, why criest thou for thy affliction? So this chapter is not only going to tell us when it will be over, but in telling us that it was going to be over, the prophet still had to ask the people, why are you crying about what Yahweh have done into you? Yahweh is righteous. The only reason you are crying about these afflictions is because you broke his covenant, because your fathers broke his word. That's why the affliction is upon you. But ye that have sound wisdom know these things. The people that don't have sound wisdom don't know these things, and that's why they find themselves crying, worried, and everything else, because they don't know why Israel was afflicted. So let's pick up at the 4th verse. Let's start at the 3rd. Sorry about that. And it tells us in the 3rd verse, dealing with our fathers that found themselves in Babylon. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity. Once the captivity is brought back, the affliction is stopped. It says, of my people Israel and Yehuda, said Yahweh, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehuda. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear and not of peace. And I guess that's what denote our brothers and sisters today crying about this affliction. Ask ye now and see whether a man does travel with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hand on his lions as a woman in travel, and all faces are turned into pale, meaning they are in pain? Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. So what you find yourself in now is trouble, but you shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh, dealing with our fathers in Babylon, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and I will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him, but they shall serve Yahweh their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up into them. Therefore, fear thy not. If you truly got sound wisdom, that's why the question is asked. Why criest thou for thy affliction? It tells us, Israel, in the 10th verse. Therefore fear thy not, O my servant Jacob, said Yahweh, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thou see, you and I, from the land of their captivity, and Jacob shall return and shall be in rest. Look when you're going to be Shabbat. Look when you're going to be rest. It has always been once Yahweh saved you from your enemies, and you are safe. You can't rest and don't be safe at the same time. Somebody going to kill you. Thus it reads, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. That's when you under the Sabbath, Israel. And it told us that in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, if you read it. It tells us also in the 11th verse, for I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee. though I make a full end of all the nations, and Yahweh ain't did that yet, and whether I have scattered thee, talking about dealing with us, yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure, and I will not leave thee altogether unpunished. That's why you are afflicted. For thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. And we got people teaching that we under the Sabbath. We got people teaching that we under the covenant of the law. We got people teaching, some of them teach we in the wilderness. But the thing I'm trying to bring out is this cure. There is no cure. This punishment. And the Almighty let us know that we wasn't going to go unpunished. The enemies ain't going to go unpunished. But there is no healing medicine. But we constantly teach that we are under the law. Well, let me tell y'all this one more time. The law is medicine. The law is a healing medicine. You got to remember every word of Elohim is pure. So you must remember all that you have read. If you forgot that, please consult Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter again, read it in its entirety, and make sure you tell your brother you're absolutely correct. The law is medicine, according to Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter. Well, here, the Almighty lets us know that our people ain't going to go unpunished, and that our people have not been a recipient of that medicine, which denotes the law. That's why they're being punished. Well, I just want to interject this something right quick with this. It tells us, where is that at? Let me think of it right quick. I think it's in Ezekiel. Let me find it right quick. We still in here. I just want to use this. We're going to finish reading this Jeremiah 30, but I just want to interject this right here. This is a great place to interject it. It told us in the 12th verse of the 30th chapter of Jeremiah, for thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. There is none to plead thy cause. That thy mayest be bound up. Thy has no healing medicine. And I want to stop right there and interject this. And let me find it right quick. I think it's 14, chapter 14. 1 second. I said Ezekiel. Might be Jeremiah. Let me come back to it. My recollection is not serving me good enough, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. I will come back. I said Ezekiel. I think it's in Jeremiah. And yeah, I done found it. It's in Jeremiah 8. 1 second. Yes, Jeremiah 8. And it tells us in Jeremiah 8, if we take a look at the 18th verse, and it tells us in Jeremiah 8, the 18th verse, after we just read in Jeremiah 30, that there was no healing medicine. It tells us, and we got all these people telling us that they under the law. Well, I done told them over and over again, if you were under the law, you got medicine. If you were under the law, you got a remedy. It says in the 18th verse of the 8th chapter of Jeremiah, when I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is fainted in me. Behold the voice of the cry of the daughters of my people. because of them that dwell in a far country. Is not Yahweh in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? The Almighty let you know you don't have a remedy. There is no healing medicine, nor can you mend the breach. For it tells us in the 20th verse, the harvest is past. Here it is now. It's about to be winter again. It says the harvest is past. The summer is ended, and we are not saved. For the hurt of the daughters of my people, I am hurt. I am black. Astonishment have taken hold on me. Is there no balm? Is there no cream? Is there no medicine in Gilgal? Is there no physician, no doctor there? And we all can say, yeah, it's a bunch of doctors, but they can't heal us. They just keep giving us a bunch of medicine. It says, why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered? There's a question there to be answered. If you got a doctor, if you know the specialist, why ain't you ever healed? And it's only because there is no healing medicine when Israel is in captivity. Yahweh is the healing medicine, and he will save you out of it until the healing medicine comes. Until you are saved, you are afflicted. You are under the curses because your fathers have eaten the sour grape, and your teeth happen to be set on edge. Let us go back to Jeremiah 30, finish that up. And it tells us in Jeremiah 30, as we just read, in the 14th verse, all thy lovers have forsaken thee. They seek thee not. All the time you would run into Egypt and all that trying to be confederate with them, they have forsaken thee. You still died, or you still winded up in Babylon. All thy lovers have forsaken thee. They seek thee not, for I, not them, I use them. The scripture says, I have wounded thee. The scripture told us, I set you on fire, and you did not know you was burnt. You kept pointing the finger at the belt. You kept pointing the finger at the enemy, and it was I that set them against thee. For I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement. The scripture tell us it is good. Do not, how's it read? Do not envy the chastisement of Yahweh, for whom Yahweh chastised, he loves. So even though you find yourself being afflicted, even though you find yourself being chastised, don't despise him that's doing it, because he is doing it because he loves you. He is doing it for your sake. The scripture says, as a father chastises his son in whom he is well pleased, so do Yahweh. So this chastisement is done to you for your good, even though you might can't see it while you being afflicted. It tells us, Israel, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thy iniquities, because thy sins were increased. The 15th verse says, after I told y'all that, why criest thou for thy affliction, which is the title of the presentation? Thy sorrow is incurable for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sins were increased, not your sins and my sins, but the sins of our fathers that made Yahweh to bring forth the anger, the wrath, and the great indignation. I have done these things into thee. Therefore all they, take note, the Almighty said, rest assured, I got you. You got to go through this, but rest assured, I got you. Thus the 16th verse reads, therefore all they that devour thee, that smite thee, shall be devoured. And all thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. And all that prey upon thee shall I give for a prey. So that's why the question is asked, why criest of thy affliction? If you truly got sound wisdom, you know why you are being afflicted, and you know what I'm going to do next. Thus it reads in the 17th verse, for I will restore health into thee. I don't care how sick they done diagnosed you. I will restore health into thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called thee an outcast, as you are called this day, saying, this is Zion, who no man seeketh after. All your lovers have forsaken thee. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob, tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. Now you back home. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palaces shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of you, Israel, shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. So make sure you know what you're telling your brother when you tell your brother that the remnant means a couple of people. It don't. A few represent the remnant. A remnant denotes what is left. So if the Almighty already called you as the sand of the sea, that is a lot. Well, the remnant is what is left. It don't mean a couple. It means what is left. And when you read the great stories of our people returning home, it was not a couple of people. The land started crying, talking about, where did these people come from? I don't even have place for them. So it lets us know the remnant is not a very small number. Please understand that before you tell your brother about 122,000. That is nothing. That has nothing to do with this remnant. It continued to tell us, Israel, in this 18th verse, I think is where I left off. I read it again. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places, and the city shall be built upon our own heap, and the palaces thereof. The palaces shall remain after the manner thereof, and out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me, and I will punish all that oppress them, as he has promised. And you knew that promise when you was complaining about your affliction, but you still supposed to know this promise. It says, and their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them, and I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach unto me, where you will never appear to Yahweh unclean. So this lets us know they are back, and once they are back, they are called. For who is this that engage his heart to approach unto me, said Yahweh? He better be clean, I know that. If you don't believe me, read Psalms 15. If you don't believe me, read Psalms 24. The 22nd verse reads, and ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, Israel, the whirlwind of Yahweh's go forth with fury and continuing whirlwind, and it shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The fierce anger of Yahweh shall not return. We got to wait it out. We got to survive it until he have done it, and until he have performed the intent of his heart. In this day, it tells us in the book, in the latter days, ye shall consider it. And many people considered it, and I gave a lesson on it. Why criest of thy affliction? It also tells us allowing us to know when this stuff is going to be over with, and when our tears can stop, and we can quit worrying about all this affliction. Let us turn our books to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Got a couple more places and we done. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, allowing us to know when our affliction will be over. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we pick up at the 33rd verse. And showing this, we also making a distinction. We showing this based on time and place. And we making a distinction. Because the 33rd verse says, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out, will I rule over you. And we just read that in Jeremiah 30. But the Almighty said He's going to return to captivity, and He's going to chastise all those that afflicted us. He's going to put them in captivity. He's going to do all these things against them. Well, it's a time for that. Before He did that, you found yourself messed up. Before He did what He's going to do to the enemy, you found yourself without the covenant of the law, without any rest, being servants and afflicted in the enemy's land. Well, after that, it says in the 34th verse, and I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. And a lot of people say, well, this is the day He's going to judge you. That is a lie. Keep reading and understand the story, because He's going to compare what He's saying right here to what happened to our fathers when they came out of Egypt, and show me where Yahweh judged our fathers for what they did in Egypt. So it got to be talking about judging us based on what we do in the wilderness, like our fathers were in the wilderness, and they were judged. They didn't murmur against Yahweh in the land of Egypt. But you find throughout the wilderness, Yahweh said they murmured against Him, because the word wasn't given to them in Egypt. It was given to them in the wilderness. It was made known to them in the wilderness. Well, here it says, again in the 34th verse, and I will bring you out from the people, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand, with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people. And there, it says, Israel, will I plead with you face to face, like as I plead with your fathers. All you got to do is read the book of Exodus and see how He pleaded with our fathers. It will let you know what this is saying and what it means. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh. His word, His name is on it. And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. Just like He brought them into the bond of the covenant, He's going to bring us and anybody else that find themselves in captivity trying to get back. This is the process, and you can't change it. Thus it tells us in the 38th verse, and I will plead I will purge out from among you the rebels. People teaching that the rebels is those that teaching what we teach today. Well, the rebels, as the rebels was with our fathers, the rebels must be those that have made it in the wilderness of the people and have rebelled against Yahweh's word. That is the only way he's going to be a rebel, in the wilderness of the people. Just like our fathers was rebels against Yahweh when they were in the wilderness, not in Egypt. So it tells us, Israel, again in the 38th verse, and I will purge out from among you the rebels and them that trespass against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. Just like our fathers, even though they had a bad spirit upon them, he still brought them out to Egypt. They started showing their true color when they got in the wilderness, but he still brought them out of Egypt. And that's what he just said about our fathers that found themselves in Babylon. Because this dude to know Babylon, I know the time and the place. I'm just reading it today to make it a comparison to us, to make us an example, to show a sample or to show the light of what we're reading. What happened to our fathers. Don't forget, this is the manifestation of our fathers. These things happen. Now, we're trying to compare them to ourselves today, and that's all we have done. So, these things came to pass. They came to pass on our fathers that came out of Babylon. It allows us to know how we know when the affliction and the curses is taken off of us. And I will end it on this note. In understanding those things, there is only one that can save and redeem Israel from the curses. And that one is none other than Yahweh. And I would like to use these couple verses, chapter and verses, to establish that point. The first place I would like to go is Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45. And it tells us in Isaiah 45, and I'm not going to wait up due to time restraint. Please read it. Write them down and read it. It tells us, Israel, in the 5th verse of Isaiah 45. And if we read to the 47th verse or the 7th verse, it reads in this wise: I am Yahweh, and there is none else. There is no God besides me. I created thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am Yahweh, and there is none else. I formed the light and created darkness. I made peace and created evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things. Thus, he is the only one that will save us out of our affliction and take this curse off of us. It also say in the same chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse, and it reads in Isaiah 45 and 21, tell ye and bring them near, yea, let them take counsel together, who have declared this from ancient times, who have told it from that time. Have not I Yahweh, and there is no God else besides me, a just Elohim, and a Savior? There is none beside me. Thus for man, look into me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth, all the men on the earth, for I am Elohim, and there is none else. I have sworn by myself. I know there's a rumor going around that I swore with some little boy. I'm telling you right here, I have sworn by myself. The word is gone out of my mouth in righteousness. So was the affliction. and shall not return. And to me every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall swear. Surely shall one say, in Yahweh have I righteousness and strength. Even to him shall man come. And all that are incensed or angry against him shall be ashamed. And Yahweh shall all deceive. You want to be justified in what you're saying? You want to be right in what you're saying? It reads, and Yahweh shall all the seed of Israel be justified and shall glory. It also tells us if we take a look at Jeremiah 31. Well, before we go to Jeremiah 31, we're still in Isaiah. Let me throw this in. Let's go to Isaiah 63. It's about over with. Give me a couple more minutes. Isaiah 63, and I would just like to read the 7th and the 8th verse of Isaiah 63. And we read it all the time. It reads, I will mention the loving kindness of Yahweh and the praise of Yahweh according to all that Yahweh bestowed upon us, and the great goodness toward the house of Israel, which Yahweh bestowed on them according to his mercies and according to the multitude of his loving kindness. That's how you're going to be saved. For he says, surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So he was their Savior. And all their affliction, why criest of thy affliction? It says, in all their affliction he was afflicted, and the angel of his presence saved them. In his love and in his pity he redeemed them, and he bare you and carried you all the days of old. It also tells us, if we jump to Jeremiah 31, I got Jeremiah 31. And then we're going to read Ezekiel 39 and close with Hosea 14. Right now, let's turn to Jeremiah 31. And it tells us in Jeremiah 31, and I would like to start reading at the I want to read the 3rd verse. Jeremiah 31 and 3 says, Yahweh have appeared of old unto me, saying, yea, I have loved thee with an everlasting love. Therefore, please take note what you're going to use to save you. Therefore, with loving kindness have I drawn thee. Loving kindness. And the scripture says Yahweh loving kindness is greater than life. You got to grasp your mind around that, because it's talking about your life. That his loving kindness is even greater than your life, because he can reestablish your life. He can change your life, as we are reading. These people's lives are being changed. They coming out of captivity into life. It also tells us I'll just go ahead and let's go to Ezekiel 39. Ezekiel 39, and we'll close with Hosea 14. Ezekiel 39. And it tells us in Ezekiel 39, and it ain't just telling us that we're going to be freed and saved. It's telling the enemy that we're going to be freed and saved. And they was. Mind you, these things happened. So it tells us in the 39th chapter of Ezekiel, and I would like to pick up in the 39th chapter of Ezekiel and start reading from the very first verse, the 21st verse, and read down to the 29th verse. Ezekiel 39, chapter 39, verse 21, and it reads, and I will set my glory among the heathen. His glory is his children. And all the heathens shall see my judgment. The judgment, what they seen is the punishment that we have endured, the affliction that we have endured. And all the heathens shall see my judgments that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. It tells us, so the house of Israel should know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day forward. And we will know, just like Israel knew that Yahweh was our Elohim when he brought them out of Egypt. Well, when the Almighty brought our fathers out of Babylon, these words came true. So the house of Israel should know that I am Yahweh their Elohim from that day forward. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquities, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies, so fell they all by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgression have I done it to them, and hid my face from them. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, now, for there's a time for everything under the sun, and a season thereof. Now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy on the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. And note that these things is only going to come to pass after Yahweh have laid his affliction upon you, after the expected end. Once the expected end comes, then it's over with. But until the expected end comes, you're going to be afflicted. Thus it reads in the 26th verse, after that they have borne, carried their shame, and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely. Note where they seeing that, in their own land. He ain't saying one word about what they doing in Babylon. He telling you why he punished them based on what they did in their land, and it was during the time that they dwelt safely in their land, and none was making them afraid, and they still totally disrespected Yahweh and disobeyed Yahweh. So he punished them. Thus, the 27th verse says, when I have brought them again from the people, your captivity is over, and gathered them out of their enemy lands, and am sanctified. Look when you sanctify. Look when Yahweh going to be sanctified in you. Look when you going to be set apart. It's talking about when he bring you out of the enemy's land, and am sanctified in them in the sight of many nations. Then shall they know, because many of you don't know. Then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I alone have gathered them into their own land, and have left none. None of you going to be left in there. That's why we read in the 20th chapter, it lets us know they're going to bring them out, but that don't mean you're going to make it in the promised land. When you bring you out and bring you under the covenant of the law, now you are to show your obedience. If you show your obedience, you make it in the promised land, just like our fathers. And that's what you read in Ezekiel 20:33 to 38. Here in Ezekiel 39, it allows us to know, then shall they know that I am Yahweh their Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there. neither will I hide my face. Now you praying and he answering you. Now you calling upon him and he responded. It said, neither will I hide my face anymore from them, for I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, said Yahweh. In closing, let us go to Hosea, the 14th chapter. Hosea, the 14th chapter. 3 books up, 2 books up from where you at, from Ezekiel. 2 books up, Daniel and then Hosea. And it tells us in the book of Hosea, I will use the 14th chapter to close. And it tells us in the 14th chapter of Hosea, and it reads, O Israel, return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, for thou hast fallen by thy iniquities. Your iniquities is what made you fall. Take with you words and turn to Yahweh. Say unto him, take away all iniquity, Yahweh, and receive us graciously, Yahweh, so will we render the calves of our lips. We know that Asher shall not save us. We will not ride upon her horses to be victorious. Neither will we say any more to the work of our own hands, like to Christ and all that, because that's all that is. Thus it says, neither will we say any more to the work of our own hands, ye are gods. For in thee the fatherless find mercy. I will heal their backsliding. I will love them freely. It don't cost nothing when Yahweh remember his covenant. Your ways and your reenactment will never get you back in the land. Yahweh going to get you back in the land by mercy, loving kindness, and loving you freely. For my anger is turned away from him. That's why he's no longer mad. I will be as the dew into Israel. He shall grow as the lily and cast forth his root as Lebanon. His branches shall spread, and his beauty shall be as the olive tree, and his smell as Lebanon. They that dwell under the shadow shall return. They shall revive as the corn, and grow as the wine, and the scent thereof shall be as the wine of Lebanon. Ephraim shall say, what have I to do any more with idols? We all going to say that. I have heard him and observed him. I am like a green fir tree. From me is thy fruit found. And in closing, it reads, who is wise? And he shall understand these things. Who is wise? And he should know why it reads, why criest thou, O Israel, of thy affliction? It tells us who is wise, and he shall understand these things. Prudent, and he shall know them. For the ways of Yahweh are right, and the just shall walk in them, and witness for him. But the transgressors shall fall therein, because they're going to say, I'm blessed, when they are cursed. That is the end of the presentation. We will open up for comments and questions. I thank each and every one for lending the ear that ye may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and to know why Israel cries of their affliction. There is 2 minutes to every phone call or question. Please allow us to know who we are speaking to and where you are from. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom. This is Brother Yamin from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Shalom, brother.
I wanted to say shalom, brother. I wanted to say beautiful presentation, and it was powerful that you made the distinction when you was talking about in the beginning when the Almighty created light and darkness, how you made that correlation with choosing the blessings and the curses, how they the opposite. You know what I'm saying? That was beautiful how you put that together, brother. All praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah. Thank you for your great comment. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hallelujah. This is Brother Gershom.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom, and that's with an M. I did want to say this was a absolute. Words can't describe it. I just appreciate it. It was powerful. It was straight. It was covering all areas where people have doubts. People challenge what you're trying to say, but everything you're saying is in the scripture. And for anybody that denies it, you know, all we can do is keep praying for them and be patient till Yahweh open their eyes. But hallelujah, I had to say my little two-piece. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And we thank you for your wise words and showing your observation of what you have perceived today. And I'm glad that you have perceived that, and I'm hoping that everyone else seen the same thing, because we were studying today with our eyes open, hopefully, that we may see, and our ears open that we may hear. And we have just seen and heard why Israel is crying about their afflictions and what brought that cry upon them and how long they're going to cry and who is going to be the one to save you from that cry. And that is none other than the one that has punished you, and that is your Creator.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you, brother.
You're more than welcome. Is there any other comments or questions?
Brother Samuel, shalom. This is Morocco of St. Louis. I have one question, and by the way, that was perfect. You just so. But you were just reading in Hosea 14:2 about the calves of our lips. What does that mean?
That means like if we was going to give the calf. The calf represents the firstlings of our animals, and that's the best to offer into Yahweh. Well, in this situation, with us finding ourselves in hell, we don't have an animal. We don't have a calf to offer Yahweh. So what you are offering him is from the calf of your mouth, your vows. The things you say you're going to do, you're going to stick with it. You ain't going to be given the change or nothing. You're going to witness all that Yahweh said. It's going to come. You ask it for acceptance by way of mouth instead of a calf. That's what it means.
Hallelujah. Well, told us. Hallelujah. Ooh, powerful. Bing. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Thank you for that question.
No problem.
Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I would just like to thank the Almighty once again for allowing the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in his sight, that Israel may hear and fear and depart from evil. And I would like to thank the listening audience once again for lending the ear that ye may hear. We will close the presentation with Psalms 79. Let us all turn to Psalm 79, and let's close this great presentation. And it reads in Psalms 79 for us all. O Elohim, the heathens are come into thy inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled. They have laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heavens. The flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth. Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and there is none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors even this day, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. How long, Yahweh? Will thou be angry forever? And we know the answer. He said he won't. Shall thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. And that name is coming real soon, Brother Gershon. The 7th verse reads, for they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling place. Our dwelling place is in our land. Oh, remember not against us former iniquities. Let thy tender mercy speedily prevent us, for we are brought very low. Help us, Elohim, of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us, and purge away our sins for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood. And the Almighty said, just wait, because that's how I'm coming. If y'all read with your brother, the Almighty told the heathen, just wait, because that's how I'm coming. It says one more time in the 10th verse, wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood of thy servant which is shed. Let the sign of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Preserve thy those that are appointed to death, and render into our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Master. So we, thy people, and the sheep of thy pasture will give thee thanks forever. We will show forth thy praise to all generations. And according to what we read, the people will show forth their praise into all generations after they are saved. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom Israel.
Hallelujah. Shalom Israel.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, family.
Hallelujah. Shalom, family.
Shalom.